actually get on there.
Oh, would it have been a problem if it did?
No.
I'll get you next time.
No, you won't.
That's not very nice.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make any Big Bang
Watch
references
your
on this
head
stream.
pose.
This is a pure stream.
Wait,
Free from the
We're in
corruption
Bremen,
of...
so I'm the head now.
Wait, what'd you say?
I said we're in Bremen, so I'm the head.
Yes, you currently are.
No backsies.
No take backsies, no. Alright, let me switch over to...
It's gonna be a long night.
It is going to be.
That's okay.
Alright,
why I
so technically I should be moving the arrow over here. There we go. Easy peasy. Okay. So. Last, we left our kobolds. They had laid in wait to ambush the trading company of Torga to get to the bottom of the murders in 10 towns, on suspicion that her bodyguard, Sefik Kaltro, was more than met the eye. They rested until early morning, and as Torga and her crew rode down the road to Bremen, the party jumped out in a way to have their quarry lose control of their sleds and gave them time for questions. But before too much information could be gathered, however, Torga made an insensitive comment directed at a certain kobold named Savage, into which he flew into a rage, and thus a long, arduous battle ensued, with Meepo nearly losing her life at the hands of the now revealed killer in Sefik. Perhaps due to the blessing of Eldath, her goddess, she did not fall into the deep embrace of death, and Sefik was taken down. Torga herself was knocked unconscious, and two of her crew completely turned to dust and ash from the now revealed power level of Sonar, the mummy. While one had fled with one of her third sled back to the town of Targos. As Torga awoke, and while Sefik's corpse was charred to cinders by Skunok's inventive and sadistic genius in his Eldritch Flamethrower, the crew agreed as Torga awoke that she would reveal any information on Kaltro and his criminal activity, and she would come out unscathed, with her reputation intact. And so you brought her back to the town of Bremen, and to Halil Trollbane, your dwarven employer, and you received your reward of 125 gold pieces. As Torga sung like a canary, of course leaving out the bits of her own negligence, as it were, into these depths. And it has been, I would say, around 2 or so days since then. And at this point, I would have asked you, what would you like to do? But what would you have liked to do now that this whole business would have been done? Would you have liked to follow up on anything in particular involving Torga herself or anything in the town?
Just a minute.
Of course.
Well,
Yeah. Well,
probably owe some money to a certain dockmaster because we left their boat in
we also owe fish.
Targos. So maybe we should just do some fishing for a little bit and try and smooth things over.
Okay. Would you? I will ask. Would you have gone back to Targos to get the boat, or?
I think we probably would.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay. So
before
we'll
we
say
run into the angry dwarf.
Well, Torga at this point would have stayed in Bremen to recoup her losses and keep track of the things that were taken. Which actually, now before that would be a good point of order to come across of how much you would give back to her.
Right. I only took what I said I was taking, which was like a blanket, one thing of oil.
Okay.
I think Hawks only took a blanket to replace the one he was.
Did we get? Did the potion of climbing we got come from her?
Yes, it did.
I'd give that back to her.
Okay, you would. Okay.
I thought we were just gonna take like a tent and some other stuff. I didn't think
Right.
we would take much.
Okay. And would you have given her back the gold and, well, the currency that you had taken?
I never inputted the currency into my own sheet because I didn't know how much we had yet. So whoever took that and put it in their own.
Yes. To be clear, the amount. Yeah, the amount in question that you had gotten from the iron lockbox was 92 gold pieces, 76 silver pieces, and 125 copper pieces.
I reckon we give that back. I reckon we give that back, but we keep all the money we looted from the dead bodies. I don't know how much that was actually.
Did we loot any from them?
I don't think I actually mentioned what they had, because they were dust. Their effects would have still left by. In that case, you know what? I don't think I said what they would have had, so I would have given you. Let's say. Here, actually, no. Let me roll for it. So in total, they would have had 11 extra gold pieces on them. Total.
Alright.
Split that amongst yourselves how you wish.
I again don't think Hawks was really intent on taking anything at the moment, so much as defeating the bad guys and getting our reward.
Right,
Sure.
and I was just trying to stop people from getting murdered.
No, fair enough. That's why I just wanted to clarify before you had left.
So, Skanak, between you and Savage, you have to decide where that 11 gold is going.
You would have to decide, yes. Yeah, it's not too important right now. I just wanted to make sure we cleared that before you left her behind.
So,
Flip a coin. Heads, I get the extra one. Tails, you don't.
Fair enough.
All right. Which so let's say that for the coin flip, a 1 is heads and 2 is tails. All right. There it is.
Tails.
Remind me again who chose tails.
That was me.
No, what
Too late.
Savage
It's my-
said was, heads, he gets the extra coins. Tails, you don't, and you agreed to that.
That's true.
that was on me as the DM. Wait, what was it? That was on me. Sorry about that. For some reason, I just had a brain fart. I apologize. that was a good roll.
So, Skanak does not get the extra coin. I suppose that means we're donating it to charity.
6 to me and 5 to Skiduk.
I guess that works too.
Does Savage constitute charity?
As long as he's
Yeah, that sounds about right.
As long as he's on our side, I think so, maybe.
Okay, so with that all settled, you head on back to Targos. Broop, broop, broop. And the town at this point is I will say there was word sent out. I will say there was one thing that you notice as you walk into Targos. You notice that there is a very familiar looking dwarf who currently is being held by a bunch of guards, and he's trying to explain everything. Oh, you see, there were these four kobolds, and this terrifying creature. It turned my friends into ash and dust. And he's like, yeah. And they're just kind of like humoring him and like just like kind of patting him on the back. He seems to be detained at the moment, and you go ahead and walk on by towards the Mare de Walden. You go out onto the lake, and interestingly enough, it hasn't been too much time. You do see your boat. However, it is being dragged by a group of appears to be a bunch of a couple townsfolk.
Who's the head in Targos? Is that Skanai?
The head speaker would be Mr. Nerth.
I thought it was
No,
No.
which head in our
The kobold
stack?
head.
Who's
Who's the head? Oh,
I
Savage.
think that would be.
that would have been Skanuk for Targos.
Because
Targos?
Savage was.
Oh, right, because we left the boat in Lonelywood, and that's where it was. That's where it was Savage, right?
Yes. Yeah. So you had switched to Savage on the way here, and you had left the boat on the ice.
Right.
Is Skanuk the head in both Targos and Bryn Shandor?
No. Oh, well, actually, I don't think you guys went. You guys have not gotten to Bryn Shander actually yet.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
It's a good thing, too. It smells there.
We should write this down. I'm gonna write it down.
All right.
We should have a note of who is the head in which
Right.
place.
That's what I'm doing.
Right. So yeah, let's see if we can't go ahead and get to our boat and try and direct the stack to the boat and the people driving it.
Well, that is what I am telling you. As currently you are walking to your boat, you notice that it is currently being dragged back by a pair. Appears to be normal townsfolk as they're dragging it back to Targos as you're approaching where your boat would be.
Even lads, thanks for taking care of my boat.
You see the two kind of look at each other. I fancy that. Doesn't look like it's anyone's boat. It was just kind of laying there on the frozen lake. We're claiming it as ours.
You really don't want to do that, friends.
Oh, and why not?
Well, it doesn't belong to you, and people know it doesn't belong to you. I've mentioned it to people before in town.
Yeah. Well, what are you gonna do about it?
What is the name of that enforcer? Was it like Shax, or was it?
Oh, the head of the militia.
Yeah.
Oh, his name was Scath. He was a tiefling.
Well, still gotta go visit Scath and tell him about a job I did for him, and I might just mention that some idiots tried to steal my boat.
Go ahead and make either intimidation or deception, your choice.
Why would it be deception?
Well, you hadn't quite really completed the job for Scath, to my knowledge.
Oh, right. We found the murder. Yes, he didn't really care about us doing that, did he? All right. Intimidation it is then. Should not have been with advantage. That was 4. Well,
Alright.
I don't think.
Yeah? We'll take it up with him then. Until then, this boat's ours.
I'm not gonna let you do that.
Alright. Oh yeah, old timer. And kind of like, you see the one guy start like, kind of like, he puts like his fist in his palm as if to like try and like make himself seem larger than he is. They both kind of start like sizing you up. What do you do?
Would I be able to plop down? Would I be able to plop down the electric cannon without revealing myself?
What you could do, here's how I would flavor. Here's how I could say you could flavor this. You could have it pop out of. They would hear some like some like weird like metallic sounds coming from inside the cloak, and then it would pop out the back and then skitter around to the side. I would say you could do that.
Sounds like a fine idea.
Okay.
I will have that in flamethrower configuration, so it has like the pilot light.
so you guys, for anyone who's like in the trench coat, you suddenly see Skanuk start like building something really quickly, and it's like he steps on Meepo and Savage, and you guys like watch him almost work incredibly fast for this piece, and he kind of plops it down like right behind you, Hawks, and it's kind of skitters behind him, and as soon as they see it, they kind of put their hands up. Whoa! Whoa! This whoa! Oh, okay. there's no need, no need for violence. We'll be going now. You don't gotta worry about us. Like, let's get the fuck out of here, and they just start running.
Yeah, you have a nice day now. Leave boats alone.
Yeah, they clearly did not want to. They did not want to fuck around and find out.
As right. Couldn't.
Wonder how they would have felt about me going large all of a sudden.
They probably would have been pretty intimidated, but I definitely would have been very upset if you'd done that. And I can't speak for Meepo and Savage, but
What's up?
Right. And Sinar at their
Yes,
side just
because
kind of
I'm
like
using
nods.
plastic though.
Ah.
Also, do you like that?
Well, I,
Yeah.
for one, am glad that we don't have to adopt a new face in town.
yeah. Now let's get this Pokemon out of here before they tell anyone.
We are going back to Bremen, correct?
I thought so. Yeah.
All right.
Got some
Then
fishing to do.
let's get some fishing done.
Okay. So, you head out onto the Mare Dweldon. You drag your boat back to the lake. So in that case, if you are going to be fishing, let's see. Thankfully, it does seem like the boat has not been. It does seem like the boat has not been looted. So you do still have 2 fishing poles and some bait. So that is still available to you. So for whoever is going to be fishing, go ahead and make a survival check for me.
Oh boy, I love fishing. You never know what you're gonna pull up.
Alright, 12. Actually,
That shouldn't have been with advantage, but
Savage just like punches a fish out of the water.
Alright. Over the
Meepo
course
is
of the
just
next hour.
watching to make sure nothing goes wrong and nobody falls in the water.
Oh yeah, easy enough. Over the course of the next hour, Skinnock and Hawks, unfortunately, it seems like it's just not biting for you. Savage, however, you get a nice big ol' knucklehead trout. Now keep in mind, this thing is it's about it's about as long as you are tall, for reference. But thankfully, due to your savage barbarian strength, you managed to pull it up onto the boat, and you managed to quickly kill it before it can, or at least incapacitate it, so that it can be brought back. So you have 1 fish so far.
Right, maybe I should try my hand at that.
All right. As that happens, you, Meepo, you yourself take a stab at it after Hawks hands off the fishing rod to you, and at the end of this hour, you also managed to catch your own fish. So now you have 2 knucklehead trout.
You think that's enough? I think we can go back and say we just didn't get much. These are quite big.
or we could tell an elaborate story about getting holed up on an iceberg. No? Okay, well,
You just hear
I'm
for some
sure it'll be
reason
fine.
you just see like a boat from Lonelywood kind of out, and you actually hear barking. It's like they brought their dogs with them for a nice little fishing trip.
See, the dogs are scaring away all the fish. It's just what happens, you know?
Yeah.
You just hear a weak sorry from the other boat.
Okay, well, we're at least bringing him his boat back, and we got a little something thanks to you two. But, I don't feel as bad about borrowing it for our own purposes now.
Well, we did catch a murderer. Can't begrudge us if we got him the fish. He didn't say how many fish we had to get.
He is absolutely going to begrudge us. I hope you're aware of this.
Well, that's his fault, not ours.
Okay, so in that case, do you decide to head back to Bremen then?
Yeah.
Okay, so I assume you switch it back up to,
Meepo's head, I'm assuming.
correct.
Because Meepo's the one that took the boat.
Alright. As you are heading back, you see a familiar face. You see a long serpentine neck sticking up out of the water and looking at you, Meepo.
Well, hello there, friend. I hope you're all right.
Ah, hello, friends. I saw your boat on the water and I could not help but say hello.
Yes, we were just catching some fish because we had to return the boat and we didn't want to do it empty-handed.
Ah, yes. I saw that you were having trouble, and I wanted to help you. And you watch as he goes underneath the water, and you can see behind him, he plops two fish, two knucklehead trout, into the boat. You can clearly tell they've been bitten into, not eaten, but you can see the teeth marks. But you now have two additional trout.
Well, thank you. You didn't have to do that for us. I appreciate it.
Oh, you are very welcome. I wanted to. Well, this is not the only reason I have come to see you. It is a matter of urgency. Ravison tried to contact me last night.
Oh?
Oh,
What'd you say?
Well, thankfully she said she was through with me. She said I was weak and that I would be of no further use to her. But she wanted me to tell you a message. That she will find you and kill you the next time you meet.
Well, that's not very nice of her.
No,
Right.
it isn't. Which is why I wanted to warn you.
Well, thank you very much. You've been so kind to us. You stay safe.
No, thank you. The joy is mine. Praise Eldath. And he kind of lifts
Praise
his flippers up into the air and it kind of wiggles them.
And the peace of Eldath be with you.
And also with you. And he kind of gives you a nod and the head kind of dips upward and then slowly sinks back into the water and he leaves you be.
Well, we got a few new tricks up our sleeves, so I don't know how we'd fare against Ravissant now, but we're at least in a better position than we were last time we met her, right?
A little bit, perhaps, but Skanuk, do you know a good place to hide out for a bit? Somewhere where a druid might not find us? Maybe somewhere city-like?
Well, Targus is one of the larger cities. We could go to Bryn Shander, I guess. What is the largest city in this area, though?
The largest city would be... The biggest city in Ten Towns is Bryn Shander, but Targos and East Haven also are very large cities.
Yeah.
East Haven's a little further away from Lonelywood where we met her, so...
East Haven probably would be the safest, but it's also quite a ways away. Sounds like a real pain in the ass.
Right, let's go to Bryn Shander first and see if we can find a good place there.
Alright.
What's everybody say to that?
Well, I was just thinking that it might still be a good idea to go a little further away, you know? We've seen at least a handful of what people have to offer here. There might be some new and interesting, exciting things across on the other side of this region.
Well, we haven't been to Bryn Shander first, so we can stop there to get some supplies to make it for the journey.
That makes sense to me.
And then we can go on to the other side of the region.
The guy, Scath wanted us to go to Tourmaline, right? And mess up people there.
Indeed.
was?
From what you remember about what Scath told you, he told you that the mine, which is Tourmaline's main source of income, has been overrun by a group of kobolds, apparently.
Oh, right, we were going to deal with them.
Well, rather, his deal was not to deal with the kobolds, but to make sure the kobolds remain there for some time so that the speaker will be seen as incompetent in dealing with them. Set him up for a poor election the next time a new speaker is elected.
I see.
That was the deal that he offered for you.
That being said, having some kobold allies doesn't really hurt.
True.
Well, you think the kobolds in this area would ally with us?
As long as we're more powerful than them, I don't see why they wouldn't.
True.
Hey, well,
Are the people
that'll be easy then. We're the toughest kobolds around, right? Right.
As far as I know.
On the other hand, Tourmaline is right next to the place where she'll be looking for us.
Right. That is a bit difficult.
Well,
I assume as you've been having this conversation, you've been rowing back to Bremen?
Well, according to Savage, kobolds ought to cower away and hide, so I assume he'd rather go towards Tourmaline than to hide away in Bryn Shander for some time. Though that's my choice. And then, Hawks, you say you want adventure. I don't think hiding away is much of an adventure.
no, but we gotta conserve our resources where we can, you know? We know she's pretty powerful. Might as well do a little bit more to prepare.
Was there a reward for helping out in Tourmaline?
He didn't, as far as, like, Scath goes, he didn't mention how much he would reward you, but you assume the speaker himself would... There are two ways to go about this. You could either help the speaker of Tourmaline, or you could take Scath's deal. Either one could provide a reward for you.
Either way, we could help the kobolds, which you think is going to be more profitable for us and for them.
Well, driving them out of mine would probably be less profitable for them.
Right, but eventually they'll probably be driven out anyway. Unless, of course, they want to work the mines.
Well, that's an angle we can take. I think if we're gonna do this, we should try and at least make the appearance of befriending them either way. You know, hiding amongst a bunch of other kobolds will be a good way to avoid Ravissant for the time being.
Wouldn't Ravissant
You know.
just go straight for the first place she hears there are kobolds, though?
Probably.
Well,
Actually,
yeah,
you may
but
want to warn them she's coming for them.
I was just thinking that if we're amongst a bunch of other ones, it'll be harder to find us specifically.
That's true. Like hiding a snowflake in a blizzard.
I like that. That's actually quite... I like that saying, actually. So, with all that said, do you continue to Bremen? Or do you have another destination in mind?
I believe we're going to Bremen first.
Bremen first.
Yeah, we're gonna get the boat dropped off, and I mean, we've made some money here. Maybe we could just purchase our own boat, so we're not like worrying about getting it back to this guy.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Fair enough. Okay, so you head back. Sorry, I'm just preparing. You head back to the docks of Bremen.
Prince.
Oh boy, I have to get into the mindset.
Just tell him we saw the sea monster and had to like fight it for not fight. We had to get fish from the monster. That's
I mean, we have evidence of that.
Exactly.
Hello, Grinsk. How are you? We didn't get too many. I didn't get too many. It was kind of a rough couple nights. If I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know if I was gonna make it. That being said, I did get some fish, though some of them aren't in the best shape. You know, we do have to still deal with that lake creature a little bit. That there are some bites, but they're still whole.
At that point, you're just throwing them under the bus.
It's fine. You can swim under the bus.
In any case, as you think to yourself what you will say to Brinsk, or Grinsk Barrelbore, there he is, on the docks, pacing about. You can tell just at a glance that he is furious. He's currently yelling at a couple of other fishers. Yelling at them in Dwarvish. And they kind of scurry and kind of get their boats out. And then his eyes turn on you. And he just folds his arms and stares. As you dock the boat, you walk up. What do you say?
Hello, Grinsk. I'm sorry I've been gone so long. I did have a little bit of trouble out on the lake. I'm not sure I was gonna make it, but I did make it back, and I do have some fish.
Aye? You better have a good explanation.
Like you know, the lake is dangerous, and, well, I just had a little bit of trouble navigating it.
Really? The trouble that you were supposed to have taken care of?
Right. Not with that. There were some sightings of it, but it did not bother us. Has it been bothering you?
Oh no, haven't been bothering us at all.
Well, I think most of it was just my navigating skills. I'm not sure I'm quite cut out for being on the water too often.
I'd say so. Let's see, how do I count the days? 3 days. You've been gone for 3 bloody days. Do you know how much fish I could have gotten with that boat that I gave you? And what do you have for me? 4 fish in 3 days.
Right.
Are you out of your goddamned mind?
No, but I can see that you're mad. I'll let you cool down before I say anything else.
Oh, there's about to be a bunch more heat where that's coming from. And he starts stomping up towards you. He kind of points a finger at your face. You owe me for the boat that was taken. And I'm afraid I'm gonna have to dock some pay. You owe me 25 gold pieces. For time
I
wasted.
think that's somewhat ungrateful of you for having kept this lake safe for your future business.
Don't you talk to me about ungratefulness. You're the one who
Why not?
took my boat.
And I am grateful for it. That's why I returned it in whole. No damages.
Aye, which begs the question, what were you doing those 3 days? Clearly it
I
wasn't
said,
just fishing.
it's difficult out on the lake, especially with this eternal winter going on.
Okay. You have a choice for me. You can either make a deception check to lean into a lie, or you can try and persuade him to calm down.
Anyway, why don't we just wait for a little bit until you really have cooled down? Because I can tell you're still a little bit mad, and we're not going to get anywhere with this state of mind.
Okay. You can see his stubby finger kind of twitches and kind of hovers for a second near your face, but then he kind of puts it down. He kind of walks back, kind of turns around, turns back to you to face you with the finger pointed up again, puts the finger down, looks down, thinks for a second, strokes his beard, points the finger up again, puts it down. Fine. Kind of just waves his hand. Maybe I am a little bit heated. kind of looks towards the ground. You have to understand. I'm trying to provide for the whole town of Bremen. And while I can understand difficulties on the lake. Those days were days that that were food that could have been put in someone's belly. You understand where I'm coming
Right.
from, at least as that.
I understand, and here's my proposal. I'm thinking maybe I'll get my own boat and learn a little bit better how to control the boat so that I'm not stuck out on the lake as much. Let you keep your boat, and that way you can get the fish, and I won't be in your hair anymore.
Kind of strokes his beard. So you're telling me you're wanting to buy that rowboat then?
Well, if you're willing to part with it, but I know you do need it for your work.
He kind of leans back. That I do. But if I had the funds to purchase a new one, aye, that could be arranged. However, so I'll waive 25 gold pieces I would have asked you for. Instead, if you want to buy the boat, it'll be 50 gold pieces to purchase it for yourself.
Whispering down to the group, how much we got?
Well, we got 125 out of catching the murderer, right? So
You did.
I don't think we've split it up yet, so
yeah, I would say that
that'd be
Hawks would be
fair.
willing to. I think Hawks would be willing to part with his bit of that.
Meepo's
After all, adventure's its own reward.
I mean, we've definitely used it enough in the last 2 days.
Yeah, it's helpful at least.
Very well.
All right, I think that perhaps that's the best way to go. It'll help you, it'll help the town, and it'll help me. And maybe in the future I'll be more helpful to you, having a little more practice out on the water.
See, you can see there's a look in his eye that there's still a little bit of that anger, but at this point you've calmed him down enough where there's a part of him that seems to feel guilty for exploding on you, and he kind of just gives like a wave. Aye. Alright, the boat's yours. And if you need somewhere to dock it, when you don't need it, my dock's here for you. I'll look into buying
Yeah.
another boat.
And when we come by, we'll bring some fish by with us if we can.
Aye. He kind of gives you a nod. And I'll be sure to pay you for what you give me. Deal's a deal.
Sounds good. Left hand for shaking.
He kind of gives you a little look. Like, hey. Oh, I think the map switched up a little bit. I moved the map accidentally. They just ignore that.
Okay,
There we go. Fixed.
we have the boat now. Are we going to go somewhere on it, or are we going to go back into town for a little bit first?
Well,
What was our plan on the boat that we made?
so here's the thing. If we're going to try and keep the Kobolds in Tourmaline safe until the next elections, so they are a nuisance, we should probably get there as soon as we can, just in case someone's making moves on.
Right, so we've got to
Clearing
cross
them
the water
out.
now.
Yeah. Unless there's any, resupplying anyone wants to do.
This is a suggestion. You could go back to Torgus because you didn't. Because you gave her back her stuff. She is technically available.
She, the lady with the sled,
Yes, the one who you brought back to Bremen to sing like a canary
available to buy from.
to buy from. She is
I don't
she
think-
she does have a merchant. She runs a merchant company.
Right.
She could sell you supplies if she's willing to.
I don't think right now I need anything.
Yeah, I was just thinking I might want to pick up another hand axe, but other than that, I think I'm squared away. And I don't think I even need that because I've held on to both of mine pretty well.
Can you hear my dog snoring at all? And he's pretty loud right now.
I can't. The music's louder than the dog.
Okay, fair enough. How's the music, by the way? Is it too loud or is it just right?
I think it's all.
I think it's fine.
Okay, perfect. All right, so what are you going to do?
Does Savage need anything?
No, I think I'm good.
Alright, I suppose we better get to Tourmaline, see what's going on there. At least warn the Kobolds, and then, if possible, leave as quickly as we can and get to bring Shandor. But we better not tell anyone we're going there. Unless it's of utmost importance.
Out of curiosity,
Yes.
Savage, how much use are you making of that magic weapon I gave you?
That is an excellent question. Feel free to unmagic it if you so desire.
Got a plan.
I surely do like plans.
You see the bush kind of quiver at that.
Scanuck plans can be a little bit terrifying, but
Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
I'm sure it'll be terrifying in our favor. I'm sure.
Yeah, the bush just kind of looks towards, looks towards you, and kind of like was just kind of you can see him shivering. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of the fire.
Right, just be glad he wasn't aiming it at you.
I know, right? And you see Sinar give a grim nod. Okay, so in that case, I assume you're taking the boat down to Tourmaline then?
That's the idea.
Okay.
I guess it'd be up to Tourmaline.
Yes, that would probably be the correct verbiage in that case, I suppose.
Over.
So,
Position.
in that case, let's see. At this point in time, I would have said you would have left early morning. Let's see. So right about now, it'd probably be around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's your best guess. Your clocks are more internal than anything, and plus, with the sky being near permanently dark due to the curse of the frostbitten, it's usually hard to. But as kobolds, you're used to taking stock of quote unquote time by gauging how tired you are. So you guess it's probably like mid-afternoonish by the time that you get to Tourmaline itself.
I have a proposal. I could be the head, but if I'm the head, I could be anybody we want. So I could look like Hawks and be the head.
Huh?
We could have Hawks being the feet, and then I can be the head with Hawks' face.
Mind games. I like it. I mean, if you want to, we can. Don't see
That
why.
way, Hawks gets to be the head and the feet.
I don't know. That might be too much power.
Yeah, but I'd be the voice.
Well, I don't know. I can do whatever you need me to, you know? I can see pretty well even from inside the trench coat, you know? Been practicing, just in case well, I guess we don't need to worry about the sun here, but I was practicing just in case the sun got too bright.
Alternatively, I could look like a human. Or I guess maybe a halfling. Though it'd be weird to have such a tall halfling.
Alright, so what's the plan? Who's doing what?
I really wish that giant thing lasted longer, because I could just stomp into town like that. Just-
Just cause a scene.
I know eventually with the Rune Knight subclass, you eventually gain some height. You roll for some extra height.
Right, you do actually.
I don't remember what level that happens at though offhand.
I think at that point you might actually shift from small to medium if you roll high enough.
Well, I'm just saying at that point Hawks might just walk around on his own and try to claim to be like a dwarf dragonborn or something like that.
That'd be fun to try and explain. All right, so you see the town of Tourmaline. Oh, sorry, of Tourmaline. As you drift in, the city itself is actually quite beautiful to look at, because as you look at the many different buildings, you see wonderful, marvelous sculptures made of wood. It seems that the immigrants who came here long ago come from many different cultures. You see buildings having some form of their kind of like their supports, having smiling Jim, as well as like walruses and different other animals and beasts, all carved into the wood in immaculate detail. Clearly, this is where many scrimshires like made their home, and woodcarvers as well. The talent is put on display for all to see. So you get out of your boat, and you are taken to like one of like the open docks, and your boat is tied up easily enough. And you start walking into town. Now, as you do so, I would like. I'll also just say everyone can make perception checks.
Who is the head?
You.
Who is the
I'm
head?
head. Okay.
You are?
Then
Okay.
I'm going to disguise self.
Disguise self. Okay, what do you disguise yourself as?
I'm going to disguise myself as a. Let's see.
I suppose it makes sense with Hawksins, because you are inside the code. You're trying to make it so that you're not seen, so as you try and like hide your faces, like it's very difficult to see. Yeah, you're too busy. Skunnock's too busy working on the plan, quote unquote.
I guess I just make myself look like a larger, so that I look more like a dragonborn, and like my face fits the.
Okay, so you like your face look more like a dragonborn. Okay.
Yeah, and then more like a bronze-colored skin. Scales.
I gotta say, I love this. Just different person every time. Just technically like the same giant, but like different like voice and face. And by this
Personality.
point, yeah, different personality. By this point, everyone like has like different stories of the giant, the random hero giant that's been helping them. It's like he'll just see like different arguments in the taverns. Like no, they were a servant of Eldaf. No, they were. Like you'll just have like different ideas of your persona. It's God, I can just imagine it. But anyway, I digress. You take your face as the form of a copper or bronze dragonborn.
Bronze.
Bronze dragonborn.
Bronze.
And you walk through the
Perception.
town. Yes, perception for you. 10. Okay, so you are the only one to see this, as you are the head, and everyone else is busy in the coat. You see a human boy standing on a box, and he is yelling out to passers-by. A boy wrapped in heavy winter clothes, shouting out, "Gemstone Barn is closed because of monsters. Speaker Matthew is offering 50 gold to anyone who clears it out."
Yeah.
And he goes on to say, "Lonelywood attacked by a different beast. The white moose is dead, but a new one takes its place. A saber-toothed tiger from the Dale."
Son of a bitch.
She's just gonna line up replacements anytime we kill one of her shitty servants, isn't she?
Right. The child continues on to say, "New stranger in 10 towns. The hero of 10 towns, helping anyone. Who is the identity of this mystery hero? None can say." And then he sees you. And he runs up to you. Oh,
Oh no.
excuse me, excuse me.
Right. What is this?
I heard about you. Are you the hero that's been going around helping people in 10 towns?
I'm no hero. I'm just passing through.
That's a shame. I heard, I guess it's my mistake, but you're just so tall. I mean, from the description I've heard, you just, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. This boy kind of looks down. Sorry for bothering you.
I get mistaken for lots of people. A lot of people look like me.
Oh, okay. Sorry, have a good day. And he kind of like puts
You
back on his
too.
mask, and he goes back
Here's
on.
a copper for you.
His face kind of lights up. A whole copper, thank you. Kind of bites it, make sure it's real, and he goes back onto the box. He starts repeating the news for anyone who passes by.
What do you think? Should we go after the kobolds? Go to the mines?
As an idea, however, you currently do not know where the mines are.
Oh, young man, where are those gem mines?
Oh, the mines? It's right outside of town. You just gotta go up to the road north, and then you gotta go east, and then eventually you'll find it. Pretty hard to miss.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I mean, why would you need to go to the mines though, unless you were secretly a hero? And he kind of gives you a look.
I'm not a hero. I'm just checking things out.
Okay. Doubting, just giving you a doubting look. Like he looks like he's like the greatest detective in the world. He just kind of has that like that kind of like that kid smirk that when they think they're like they've outsmarted you. He's giving you that kind of look right now.
This child is pressing X to doubt.
Have a good day, not hero. He just kind of giggles under his breath.
He knows too much.
He knows too much. Kill him.
Oh God.
Oh, thank you, hero. Just like the sword goes through his skull. Oh, no child killing on this show.
We're
Thank
not
you.
Any little kids here?
No kid killing here. No, sir.
That's not in line with what Eldath wants. So we're not doing it.
What if the kid's like a real asshole though?
Look, we're not talking about Skyrim NPC children here.
Wait till it's an adult and he's threatening your life. Then you can think about it.
Sorry, I'm sorry. You were talking, and I was like talking over you, Stephen. What were you saying?
I said, wait until it's an adult and he's threatening your life. Then you can think about it.
Meanwhile, another adventure here to lick my father's boots. Good job.
God.
Not cross any copyright laws here.
I don't think they can copyright that phrase, to be honest.
Who's not?
They'll try.
Oh man. What? I get like I get VOD muted because my voice was too accurate? No. That ain't gonna happen here. It's not that bad. Twitch.
I mean, do you know how many streamers make "You're finally awake" jokes? Come on.
Yeah, but that's a specific.
True.
It's probably fun.
Anyway,
It's a service.
Anyway, I digress. I assume you guys head to the northern road and then take the road east to the gem mine.
That's the idea.
Okay. All right. So, you head down that way to approach the mine. It seems that the mine near the woods to the northeast of town. If you follow the trail, it takes you about 30 minutes to get there. When you arrive, it seems that the entrance to the gem mine is an open tunnel in a hillside. You see empty carts parked near the entranceway next to a crude wooden sign that has been propped up. As you approach further, written on the sign in charcoal are the words, Kobolds only, in very badly written common.
Guess we should dismantle the stack then.
I don't see any reason not to.
Is there anyone around?
Well,
No,
if there
no.
are, it'll only be kobolds. That's what the sign says.
Unless there's somebody watching the cave. Why don't we go in, and then, before any traps go off, before they capture us and attack us or anything, we'll just open the coat from the inside, because the open coat won't be shown from back behind.
That could work.
There is a very specific joke that a lot of TV shows would make about that situation.
One second.
Oh no.
My sense of humor is pointed me in the direction of it, in spite of the fact that it.
Realize
What
that.
did I just?
Go ahead.
I just lost something that was in my hand a second ago.
That's
not
what I
good.
could get.
That's no good.
Okay, well,
What's your buddy?
That being said, is opening the coat and going in with the kobolds showing to the cave and not behind it our plan?
I think that would be a decent plan.
All right. So, you see, of course, Sonar and Bean. Sorry, I called him Bean, but that's really the bush. The bush kind of walks up. So, do you want us to like stay out here and stand guard, or do you want us to come with you? I mean, what do you want?
I think it'd probably be best if you stayed out here just for the time being,
All right.
and then later we can decide if they'll let you in.
All right. No, fair enough. All right, Sonar, let's wait out here, okay?
Good
Sonar
thing
kind
we
of
have
nods at him.
somebody to keep you company.
The bush kind of looks up at the mummy. The mummy looks back at him. They just kind of like look at each other, even though the bush has no eyes. There's a silent agreement there, even though there are no words spoken.
Let's go.
All right. So,
Yeah, they're forming a friendship based on how insane we are.
okay, so you enter the mine. I did put your new token in, Caleb.
If you do see any threatening moves towards this place, go ahead and give us some sort of signal, maybe a shout or a yell or some sort of whistle if you can.
All right, no, yeah, we can do that. I mean, I'll just scream really loudly. How about that?
Right, I think I'll recognize your scream.
Fair enough.
the
The branches just kind of like furrow, like it's hard to read an expressionless creature, but the branches kind of like emote in a way where you can sort of understand it. It nods at you.
Are we changing maps?
We are. I am currently in the process of that. Yes, there we go.
I was just making sure that it actually happened for us instead of you accidentally not doing it.
No,
Which is
that is,
something
you know,
that DMs do on
just gotta make sure.
Right.
Darkness.
Lots of darkness, but of course, because of your koboldiness, I can reveal some things. Yep, yeah, of course, dark vision. So to reveal out what you actually see, get a.
Does my dark vision have my... Oh no, I need to actually edit that, because my dark vision, because of the stone rune, is actually out to 120. Ooh, fancy.
Ooh, that is nice.
Quite fancy.
Okay, now will you reveal the stuff for me, or will you... There you go.
Oh, we're out of the waking dream.
Yes, we have entered reality here.
Unless we're just dreaming that we've entered the cave.
You see, in Stone Giant Doctrine, anything that happens outside of the confines of the cave is considered to be a dream. None of that really happened. And so you're kind of free to do whatever you want.
All right.
Right, but like, are we dreaming that we're in a cave? I'm sure we've had this discussion before. I remember messing with you with this before.
No, because the fact that we're in a cave means that we're definitely not dreaming.
Why is my eye still missing?
Well, maybe you dreamed about losing your eye because of something that actually happened that caused you to lose it. You know,
Yeah, Moose gored it out.
dream moose.
Right. I don't really want to talk about moose right now. I'm not a particular fan of that particular moose.
All right. So
That's
as you are now wandering around, I can give you a better sense of like what you're seeing. So the mine's features as you're walking in, the mine's meandering tunnels that you can see have at max 7-foot high ceilings. The wider area, which you are now kind of looking into, Skanuk, the average being 12 feet that you can see. So there are 3 paths ahead of you. One seems to go down. Here, let me get my pointer tool again. Head down this way, one down this way, and then one that leads to a larger area over here. You can see in the area that you're currently in, there are currently unused picks that are currently left in their holsters.
So I'm going to. I think Hawks is going to shout out hello in. Draconic, because it's the thing we can expect kobolds to potentially speak.
Real a bit more.
Hello?
Skanuk is.
Anybody home? Hello?
Right. Keep an eye out for traps, pitfalls, strange things swinging from the ceiling.
All right. As you look in that, well, first off, Hawks, as you kind of call out in Draconic, there is no immediate response. The only thing that you do hear is the sound of rushing water, coming from what you think to be this direction. And you, Skanuk, as you're looking on this way, you see the sparkling of gems, as this wall over here is currently littered with various sparkling lights. You think this might be a good place to... You see this is clearly where the miners have been, currently expediting. Or no, what's the word for it?
Excavating?
Excavating. God, expediting. Pfft, sorry, excavating. My apologies.
They might be excavating in an expedited manner.
Sorry.
They were before this happened.
I apologize. My words are not coming through today.
Time for an expeditious verbal retreat.
Gemstones, you said.
Indeed. Now, granted, as far as like, you don't know if like how much mining would actually get you any. Like, you do see like certain signs that there are gems there. But like, if you were to mine, there's a possibility that you might get something out of it if you spend some time there.
I do suspect that that's the most likely place for a trap, since there's something shiny there.
Yeah, it does. It's a bit weird that there'd be gemstones just like 10 feet into the mine.
Right. I would put a trap there if I were setting on up, since an intrepid miner might just come in, pick up a pick, move over there, and try picking away for a little bit so they can get out.
Are there any sort of traps in this area I can see?
Well, why don't you go ahead and make a perception check for me?
I'm gonna look at the picks specifically, see if there are any of them trapped.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check as well then, Meepo.
Oh no.
Sure is.
Blinded by her
Nice to be in a cave again.
Yeah, you kind of breathe in deeply and you smell that humid kind of smell that only a cave would have.
Wonderfully dank.
Indeed. 6 and 9. I mean, you inspect the picks, Meepo. You don't see any obvious signs of tampering. Skinnock, you don't see anything out of the ordinary at first glance. Do you walk into the room?
Gonna look around this corner to the bottom.
Okay. As you step out into that corner, your foot catches against something.
Son of a bitch.
You hear a and you suddenly the rope that you tripped your foot against, you now see, you suddenly feel a bucket slam against your head, and you are currently blinded. The rest of you see a bucket is leaking a black liquid on Skinnock's form, as he currently has a bucket stuck on his head.
Right. I told you to look out for traps.
Yep, you did.
Here, let's get that off of you.
Watch out for traps.
All right.
So, scrubbing.
As you pull upward, I would
Because there
like you to
might be
make
another trap on that trap.
I would like you to make a strength check, Hawks. As you try and pull the bucket up, the bucket there is some resistance. It seems this substance is slightly sticky.
I will assist.
Yes, you may assist him as you're both trying to pull it off of you.
Unskilled strength?
Now that I think about it, if you want to use athletics, if you're proficient in it, I'll let you use that.
Yes, I am.
24. There's just as the with a loud popping sound, the bucket comes off with a loud sound, leaving a very sticky, but now bucket headless Skinnock.
So what is this? Tar? Pitch?
Seems like you kind of run your finger on it. Seems like tar.
Well, got all sorts of enterprises going on down here, huh?
Right. So far, it's tar for the course.
Oh, I get it. Like par for the course. That's a good one.
Was there snow on the ground outside?
There was snow on the ground outside, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna pop out and use it to scrub myself off.
All right, you grab a handful of snow and you start scrubbing the little bits of tar off. It takes you a little while, and a little bit of elbow grease, but eventually you do get the tar off your body.
If only we kobolds could make traps that didn't affect ourselves. It'd be real nice.
Nah, I still make them affect kobolds. We're bastards.
It's not a lie.
Alrighty, so
I suppose there are rival kobold groups.
I should probably reveal
What's
this
group
little area.
kobolds called again? What do we call ourselves?
Just kobolds, or sometimes there are kobold dens or groups,
Kobold
clans.
tribes.
I know we've been
yeah.
calling ourselves a stack, but that's something special.
Yeah, there are a few different words for it.
Plural of kobold.
Kobold squadrons.
That sounds way too orderly.
I think that's something you get when the kobolds are working under someone. If you got a kobold squadron, you can tell there's a kobold in charge. There's somebody that's not a kobold in charge, usually.
I'm working under the rest of you guys.
That's true. You are. Quite often. And we thank you for that.
A rabble of kobolds.
Anyway, we're not getting anywhere fast. We're just standing here. And I'm not hearing anybody coming. You think they're still here?
Possibly. I bet you there's more than just this trap in this area, though.
Right. So, who gets to be the fodder?
I'll take the risk. Why not?
I'm gonna be slapping guidance on him.
All right. Okay. Of course. Now I should reveal more of this room. It just occurred to me now that you have entered it.
So I will roll perception and take guidance on that. D4, so it's 17. That's not terrible.
All right, there we go. You can see the path.
Oh yes.
The cavern opens itself down to the southwest and southeast, which I think at this point you can clearly tell that the previous tunnel and this one connect right here. So I'll reveal that as well. And at this point, Hawks, the sound of running water that you heard is clearly coming from this direction.
Well, there's a water source that way, which tells me that that might be where people want to gather.
Snuck is just gonna be like chain casting guidance whenever it gets used.
All right.
So as to not get tarred again.
Yeah. Your kobold senses kick in as you can clearly smell gems here. What do you wish to do next? Where do you wish to go?
Well, did my perception pick up any additional traps?
Oh, sorry, I must have missed that. My apologies. With a 17, I'll say from your current position, there does not seem to be any traps left in this area. However, I will say, it's difficult from this position. I will say you at least see trails of kobold feet coming down this direction. In addition, you also see tinier sets of feet.
What's smaller than a kobold?
Make a nature check if you want. I'll say with advantage, given your kobold natures.
Rats are smaller than kobolds.
Oh my God, Skunk!
Yeah, you kind of like Skunk. You're the man with the plan, but man, you smell those gemstones, man. It's tempting. 19.
I even like need a gemstone, so it's very character fitting.
Meepo, you're having a hard time. But Hawks and Savage, you get the feeling you've been in dens before, in tribes before, where the main sometimes kobolds will try and tame animals to to keep them as defenses, like smaller, meeker animals. These look like giant rat tracks.
Okay, so that's not too bad. Giant rats.
Yeah, about the same, about similar in size to you, but a little bit shorter in stature.
Well, maybe not shorter than Snuck.
Well, you are pretty small, but it's around comparative.
Ow. Okay, I'm just gonna drop everything again, I guess.
Skunnock with his war flashbacks.
How many?
I'd say there's about 4 different sets of tracks that you can see.
Instead of going down a tunnel we don't know and triggering a bunch of traps, maybe getting pounced on, why don't we make some noise and draw them out here? Perhaps they'll come after us. We can see them coming, they can see us, and they basically did just say, welcome all kobolds out front.
That's a good point. I don't have any special noise-making things, but Hawks will be like...
We do have these picks here, and there's some gems here, and I see Skinnet kind of eyeing them. Maybe if we mind a little bit, they think somebody would come in and they would come take care of them. We can make friends.
Are you just showing me your heights?
Maybe.
Alternatively, I did just pick up this little spell here.
Well, I'm all in on trying to get some gemstones out. Either way.
I think that thaumaturgy would be a quite sensible thing to do.
That would definitely be a noise that could possibly attract something.
Oh.
All right, Skanaki, you get busy mining, and I'll see if I can talk to him. Hello down there. Got 4 kobolds in here coming to see if you got any room for more.
Alrighty.
Hello?
Let me roll something. Okay. Let me double check something. As you are busy mining, Skanuk, Meepo, you start to hear chittering sounds as you start to see around the corner, which I actually should reveal more of it. I keep forgetting, how, your range of dark vision, so that should be enough for any corner that you can see across. You start to see a tiny little shape start to come out of the tunnel. Oh god, this isn't. Let me isometric drawing this. There we go. Starts to crawl this way. Kind of squeaks at you, but does not seem to attack you. Kind of meanders over your direction. Starts sniffing
there,
at you.
little fella.
Roll an animal handling check for me.
Hope you're friendly.
10. Okay. You get this sense that as you're looking over the rat, there is a tiny, what appears to be like a tiny collar that is around its neck, and there's a little written in Draconic, Bitey.
Bitey, that your name? You're a little cute fella. I don't think I'm gonna touch you much because of your name, but you're cute.
You kind of with that realization, you kind of back off, and it seems to leave you alone. And it kind of goes back to its own devices and kind of sniffs around the tunnel, eyeing each and every one of you. But it seems like it doesn't seem to bother you. And it goes back down the tunnel.
I'm assuming it's used to kobolds by now.
Right, that's what I was hoping.
Hang on, I'm getting a weird message from Discord. What's happening? Oh, new audio device detected. That's weird. That shouldn't be the case. Can you guys still hear me okay?
Yes, I guess so.
Yeah, you got slightly quieter, but
Huh. Weird. Yeah, I don't know what that would be, but as long as it's not the case anymore, then I am okay. That was just weird. I just suddenly saw Discord darken, and I was like, "Huh, that's weird. What's happening there?" But I'm glad to see it wasn't anything.
The world is ending, or not.
Don't joke like that. Anyway, so Skanuk, after about, it does take you some time to do this. It is going to take you like a long while, like maybe like an hour at most, if you want to continue doing that to get something significant. If you want to continue to do that.
Well, if no one's gonna come up and bother us, might as well.
Yeah, it seems like the it seems like the rats have left you alone for now.
I've got a homunculus to build.
and Hux is more than willing to stand guard while Snuck does his mining.
Right, let me see here, because just roll something.
If you find any diamonds, maybe we can upgrade one of the picks.
I don't know how that works.
Alrighty. So, as you continue to mine, I will ask what the rest of you are doing during this time.
I'm praying for peace between kobolds and other humanoids.
Okay. Hux, what are you doing?
I am keeping a watch to make sure that nothing disturbs Skanuk. And I am also maybe taking a look at some of my notes from my mentor to reorient myself to the caves a little bit.
Alright. Savage, what are you doing?
I am going to kind of pace back and forth from the entrance, making sure no one's creeping up on us and making like rounds down to this area down here and over here.
Okay. In that case, if you do go down there, I will actually reveal a little bit more of the cave for you then. I'll say, let's see, if you make rounds down both those ways, you would get enough of an angle from both sides to reveal this next room. Or this next part of the cavern, I should
And
say.
I would not enter new areas. But
Right. But you're still looking. So you'll at least get to see it. So let me. Yeah, you'll as you look down that way, you see what appears to be a room where benches and tables are set up as workspaces, where miners seem to be able to clean any gemstones they find. You see those little machines, little those little
Rock
jewel cutting
tumblers or
tools.
polishing.
Yeah,
Polishing stations.
exactly. Jewel polishing stations. You see scattered across the floor are a few hammers, picks, and broken lanterns. It seems like this place was kind of upturned somewhat recently. But of course, you're not entering the room, so that's as much as you can gather just from looking at it. So,
Interesting.
yeah, at the end of that hour, Skanuk, at the end of that hour, despite the promise of treasure, all you get for your trouble is a pebble-sized tourmaline.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
We lost you for a second, and now you're back.
Oh, weird. Okay, apparently my mic is doing weird things then. Okay, so and what did I cut off?
The promise.
of treasure.
Okay, so despite the promise of treasure, all you get for your trouble is a pebble-sized
Cut
tourmaline.
off
Did
the
we just-
promise of treasure again.
Did I cut out again?
The treasure is apparently escaping us.
Cursed.
Wait, can you guys still not hear me?
This is
Yeah, we
interesting.
cannot hear you.
What?
Despite the promise of treasure, it cuts off.
Ah, man. Okay,
Just don't promise us any treasure.
okay, can you hear me now, though?
Yes.
Okay,
Right now, yeah.
pebble-sized
maybe-
tourmaline. Was that it?
I see.
I think. Yeah, we heard you. I heard you. Pebble-sized tourmaline.
Okay, well,
But I think the microphone you have might have come out a little bit, and that may be why it read that you have a new device. So
Huh?
check to make sure it's plugged in all the way.
yeah, let me check. Okay, hang on.
'Cause this happened to me before.
Alright, okay, give me 1 second then. Maybe I'll plug it in, re-plug it back in again. Alright, so, okay. It's this weird mess of wires here. Alright. Plugging out. Okay. Alright. So that should be more plugged in. How do I sound now?
Sound clear to me.
Okay.
Same.
Alright. Very strange, but okay.
Back to our regularly scheduled program.
Indeed. Okay, so, unfortunately, all you get with all that is just a pebble-sized tourmaline.
Damn. How much is it? How much is it about worth?
Make an intelligence check. Five. I mean, you're not exactly sure, but probably not a whole lot.
It's worth something, and something is more than nothing.
What? I just want to ask, what the hell is going on with Skux today?
He's having a rough day.
He's
Like,
cursed. Cursed.
it's the curse of the Frost Maiden. I mean, what?
Okay.
Anyway, that's about as much as you get for now. It probably feel like if you continued, you might get something more, but that would probably be another hour of work, and probably would probably better to continue onward.
And I'll come back tomorrow with the Force Ballista and see if I can't blast them out.
That sounds a bit dangerous, but we can do it.
All right. So on that point, I assume you head downward then.
Yes.
All right. So let me
Let's go.
adjust some things and have you guys move.
Savage, did you say you wanted to go first down these tunnels?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
All right. So go ahead. Whoever is going down there first, go ahead and go.
I'll watch the ceilings.
And I'll give him guidance.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check as you're walking down that way, Meepo. And go ahead and go down whichever way you're going.
I thought Savage was in front.
Savage is in front.
Hi.
I'm watching the ceiling.
Okay, in that case, Savage, go ahead and go where you're going. Right, you're going down that way. Okay.
We're taking the leftmost passage here.
So we would be like this way following him. Something like that, yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. With your 14 perception, Meepo, this area does not appear to be trapped to your knowledge. However, there is something that you see as you're climbing down this little miniature cliff face down here. You notice that like underneath one of the tables, you see what appears to be a small figurine of a dog carved out of rock with 2 pebble-sized tourmalines for eyes.
Savage, would you grab that little toy there?
This one?
Right, that one. Dog.
What about it?
I don't know. It looks interesting.
Pick it up.
All right, pick it up. Seems nice. Clearly, not made by someone who's very skilled per se, but the craft is there at least. There is some artistic merit to it. Probably worth a decent amount. Probably more than the pebble-sized tourmaline.
Anything else interesting in the area?
Honestly, you're kind of looking around. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot more to this area. This area seems relatively sparse in terms of anything worthwhile that you can see.
Is there another way to go down here?
Yes, which I should have revealed. I apologize. I was so caught up in the in the microphone that I forgot to reveal more area. My apologies. Let me take care of that.
Is there evidence of the space being lived in at all?
You do see signs that there have been some kobold tracks going down the path that leads down to the south, which, Savage, you now currently see. I reveal a bit more of this cave as you're going down. Let me make sure of something before I put you down this way. There we go. Alright, now I can reveal this. As you go down this tunnel, Savage, the sound of running water becomes louder and louder. And you can soon see why, and as I'm breaking this out, you see a massive cave hole. It is what appears to be this prominent wide vertical shaft descends to a point where you cannot see anymore. It is down, it goes down and down until it reaches the edge of your dark vision. Even you, Hawks, down 120 feet, just keeps going.
Okay. I've got an idea.
Alright.
Skunka's going to use magical tinkering. A pebble off the, off the ground, I guess. Going to make it shed bright light in a 5-foot radius and dim light for an additional 5 feet. And he's just going to chuck it down the hole.
Okay. It goes 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, down, down, down. Eventually it comes to a point where you cannot see it anymore. And you just, suddenly the light vanishes. You don't hear any sound, but you assume it probably went into some form of water, given that you see on the opposite side of the shaft there is a tremendous waterfall pouring down into the darkness below.
I
At your
suggest
best
we don't
guess,
fall.
at your best guess, probably thousands of feet down.
Well, looks like none of our business.
And at that point, you can assume that it might go into the Underdark, given how deep that actually is.
Oh,
Well, there are certain things from the Underdark that I don't feel like messing with today. So let's just figure out the kobolds for now.
Right. What's that over there?
So as you kind of like walk around, it's very clear that the what you're standing on now is very uh, hastily planked down wood. You don't doesn't seem made by kobold hands necessarily, but it definitely seems like just a way for miners to get across to the other side. And as you go down that way, it will reveal more. Polygon tools.
Pretty crucial.
That is quite
It's
crucial.
it is a pretty crucial piece of equipment, that polygon reveal.
It really is. It really is. It takes a while to get to get that down, but I got it. All right, so that is. Let's see here. At that point in time, at the end of that tunnel, you see what appears to be a bucket lift. It seems like a wooden pulley system has been constructed around a large hole in the floor. A bucket seems to be big enough to hold a medium humanoid is held up by a thick rope. You see 3 alcoves next to the lift containing wooden boards and mining equipment. Given its size, you imagine 2 kobolds could fit down in one at a time pretty easily.
do the tracks lead to this?
The tracks do in fact lead to this.
Is there any evidence that this equipment might have been made? Like, obviously, you said that it looks like it wasn't kobold made, but is there any evidence of like kobold maintenance?
Sure,
Kobold style fixes on stuff.
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Any bite marks?
Right, 17. As you're kind of inspecting it, it does seem like there have been some quote-unquote improvements made to the bucket lift. It seems like where it was made for like a medium humanoid, you can see that the bucket has been hammered wider, so that probably like 2 kobolds could like more comfortably fit in there, as opposed to like squeezing together. So it does seem like there have been kobold improvements made.
Interesting.
And with that check, I would say no signs of sabotage either.
There was another way to go earlier on, wasn't there?
Right,
As
we
far
could
as
check down there. That's where the rat came from.
Correct, that's the only place you have not looked. And you can imagine, given where the waterfall is, just thinking about it spatially, that's probably where some water is coming from.
Well, yeah, let's take a look at that. Then maybe we can come back to the Doom elevator.
Yeah, mind your step.
Yeah, as you're kind of like walking along, it is very hard to hear anything over the sound of the waterfall. Alright, you kind of looking out over that way, Meepo?
No, I'm just moving out of the way so they can get through.
Oh, okay. Alright. You head up back that way.
I guess while I'm over here, I might as well look.
Okay, go and make a
The
perception
call of the
check.
void and all that.
Yeah, go and make a perception check for me then.
See a lion step.
13. Okay. Okay. Kind of hard to see anything, but there is no direct source of light. So like, there are parts where like you can only see shades of gray with no direct light source. And of course, it's very hard to hear anything over the sound of the waterfall. You thought you saw something for a second, but that might be your eyes playing tricks on you.
Hello? Anybody down there? He's giving me the willies. I'm out of here.
Alright, you head back up that way. Alright, so you head back up that way, and I'll move the map back up. So go ahead and move your tokens back up that way. Alrighty.
The amazing teleporting snook.
Exactly.
He's a force of nature.
If I was from, if you was from where I was from, you'd be fucking dead. Alright, so you head back up that way.
Same.
Right about in this tunnel over here. Go ahead and reveal.
Savage, you gonna go through there first, boys?
Alrighty, go ahead and maneuver yourselves. Alright, so at that point in time, you can now see more of that cavern in its entirety. You will see an underground river flows to the far side of this cavern, which is supported by what appears to be a natural stone pillar near the water's edge. Kind of like between where you and the river are. Seem to be four of those kind of like similar like rat-like creatures who are kind of like just, you know, wandering around, long tails and beady eyes. They notice you. They don't seem to attack you though. They kind of like sniff in your direction. They kind of squeak a little bit. Kind of mind your own business.
I think you probably just had the realization that you have to describe them as rat-like instead of being rats, or else I'll react very strongly.
What?
He can
Rats. Again, the rats. It's always a good time for a Germa reference. It's always a good time for a Germa reference.
Having said all of that, I'm not watching, but I want to double check to make sure the stream is centered on
Yep.
what's actually going on.
I've been moving it.
Good. I didn't even think about it until just now that was a thing that could happen, because we've basically been on smaller maps until now.
Exactly. This is a bit of a bigger map. I've been very conscientious. Like I don't know if I'm thinking I'm getting everything, but I am moving the camera to where
Fair
it
enough.
is.
As long as it's happening,
I've been watching it. You've been doing a pretty good job of keeping everything.
Perfect. That's what I want to hear. All right.
Good.
So there is something you do notice. The water does seem to come out from this crevice up on top. It is gushing out with a decent amount of force as it goes to this crevice down here. Where you assume it is going to where that waterfall is heading out into that enormous vertical shaft.
So we'll probably have a hard time trying to go in to the direction that the water is. What else do we see in here? Is there another path forward at the other side?
No, honestly, it besides the rats, these rats probably would have been a problem for anyone who wasn't a kobold, but because you are kobolds, they seem rather tame towards you, it seems.
Hey, little guys, would you be able to show us the direction where your masters are?
All right, the rats just kind of blink up at you blankly, not understanding you. You see one of them kind of like sniffs around your person for, you assume, food.
You know what? Honestly, I've got enough extra rations. I'll take out one of my rations and split it up and hand off some to some kobold tamed rats.
All right. At this point, the rats start to swarm around you, like each like looking for a handout treat.
Oh god, they're eating him. Run!
I'm worried about something over here. I thought I heard something over there earlier, and I'm gonna kind of keep my eye on this hallway.
All right. Go ahead and make an animal handling check with advantage for me, Hawks. 16. Okay. You managed to like calm them down enough because they start to swarm you as soon as you bring out food. They're like, food, and they just start swarming around you. But as soon as you kind of like you think to yourself, okay, like calm down. You kind of hold out your hand, and they seem to be tame enough to understand like wait commands, and you kind of they kind of like wait on their hind. They kind of like they're standing up on their hind legs, like almost like a begging, almost kind of like a dog. And you kind of like one by one, you feed them your little rations, and they squeak, and then they scurry and leave you alone.
What good rats they are. It's almost like I've done this before.
You all right?
Excuse me.
I think they're not gonna hurt you.
Yeah, but other than that, it seems like there really isn't anything else to this area. It seems like I'd say with your general knowledge of like kobold tactics, you get the sense that these kobolds are put here as like a deterrent. They're like mainly like meant to be like guard dogs essentially in this area.
Is there a doorway on the other side of the river?
Nope, there is no other doorway. The only quote unquote exit is one that you assume leads to inevitable death with rushing water and plummeting.
What if we put one of the glowing rocks in the water there, and then somebody standing on the other side can see how long it takes to get through?
Sure, I'll go watch the other side.
Maybe I'll go with you.
Alright, so I guess Hawks and Meepo are gonna head over to the other side and watch the waterfall.
Alright. Jeez,
Gonna go.
move the camera.
And then I'll use thaumaturgy to yell now.
We'll drop a rock in.
Okay.
He's like warily looking at all the rats around him. Most of them are bigger than him.
Exactly. Get a little bit nervous. If you could sweat, you would. Alright. So, you take that glowing little rock, and you shout out using thaumaturgy, and almost immediately, like not even like a half second after that rock goes in there, pew! Out the other side, almost instantly.
All right, let's go back.
And like it hits this, it almost you don't have to dodge out of the way, Hoxie. It seems to go under the boards, and as it does, you hear like a yeah.
Somebody's down there.
You all right down there?
What language are you speaking right now?
Draconic, because I'm still under the assumption that we're dealing with a kobold den.
Okay. As you
Yeah, I
look
probably
down,
do.
you currently see two kobolds that are clinging to the underside of this walkway. You can see, like, they're currently, like, using ropes to hold themselves up, and they're currently sawing supports under where you're standing. And they
Like
look at
trying
you.
to cut the supports away.
They're trying to saw the supports away, yeah. To weaken them to the point where a larger creature, if it was heavy enough, would break the supports and drop whoever was walking across them down below, you imagine.
I don't think that's really necessary for us.
Oh! You see they kind of look towards each other. Oh, so sorry, friend. Oh, well, welcome. Have you come to join the new home?
I don't know about join, but we got a vested interest in seeing it succeed.
Oh, that's so very kind of you. How do you plan on doing that? Did you bring like supplies? Did you bring food? I mean, that would really help us right now.
Hawks is gonna flex one of his arms and show his muscle and be like, "No, but I brought these guns."
You actually see they're actually quite impressed compared to you. These kobolds, very scrawny. Like they are very weak looking, and they're very impressed just by the flex. By Colonel Magnet, you are the strongest kobold I've ever seen.
Right, we got a stronger one somewhere else.
Oh, hold on. Can you bring the bucket down? Actually,
this
no, we
going-
can get that. Hold on. You see them scamper down below.
I think he's slightly stronger than May.
Maybe we should check that sometime, just so we can tell
What's a Savage's strength score?
My strength score is 16.
Okay, then we are equally strong then.
All right.
I suppose it depends on if he's angry or not.
You
What does
you
that mean?
sorry, go ahead.
Like,
Whether I'm angry or not, what does that mean?
Well, when you're angry, you just seem a little stronger.
All right.
Not just reckless.
It takes about like you kind of like you see them as you kind of look beneath the walkway. You see them scurry towards the bucket lift. It takes about a minute for the bucket lift to go down, and you see they kind of like look up towards you. Can you use the crank to pull us up? It'll be a bit easier if you're on that side.
Yeah, I'll head over and crank it.
All right, and as you do so, those two
I suppose
kobolds.
we better make sure we go by this place a little slower next time since they've been sawing away at it.
Okay. So, these two kobolds, you get a nice good look at them. The one on the bottom has red scales, but it is striped black, and with smooth skin. And the other one looks pretty normal. He's got normal reddish skin, pretty standard kobold, red kobold. No kind of like variation in the skin scale color. Like, I guess some introductions in order. My name is Scorp, the bottom one says, and then he's Thwip. Hi, how you doing? I'm Thwip. Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Ah, well, I guess we should do some introductions then. I'm Hawks Hagnar.
My name is Molo.
I Canuck.
Skinnock actually kind of looks like the kobolds from this group, right? A little bit, at least.
There are some differences. Like, I mean, how would you describe Skinnock's scales?
I was kind of like they're a bit more orange, but they're also under like a very thick layer of soot and other stains.
Mm-hmm. Okay, in that case, there are enough differences where you can assume they're probably not related in any way.
He's also probably smaller than that.
I mean, they are pretty small too. Honestly, they're probably around the same height as you, Skinnock.
Wow.
Yeah, they're pretty meek looking.
Scrawny little things.
Mm-hmm.
And I would know.
which makes it all the more heartening that they endure.
That's us kobolds, We survive, that's what we do. Despite everything else thrown at us, we somehow manage to live. And that's what we like to do. We like living. Isn't that right, Thwip? Yeah, that's right, Scorp.
I like living too. In fact, Eldath likes living and likes things to keep living. So the peace of Eldath be with you.
They kind of look at each other. Cool. I don't know who Eldath is, but all right, cool. He just kind of gives you a thumbs up. So, you said you're clearly very strong. Are you offering to help us out, like protect us from oh, are you gonna protect us from those villagers?
Right, here's the thing. There's not just villagers out there. There's a lot of things. And villagers might be the least of your worries right now.
They look at each other again. Oh, that's unfortunate to hear about. I mean, we just, we were afraid the Tin Towners would be, they would be, afraid to get, they would get revenge on us for, scaring them off and, taking over the mine, but, okay, what else is scary?
Evil druids.
Right.
Evil moose, saber-toothed tigers.
Oh, man. That sounds super scary. I'm not a fan of that at all.
Actually, the moose is gone now. We took care of the moose. And for that reason, the evil druid is actually looking for us and may send other animals to come looking for kobolds. And if they find you here, they may send some more animals to come get you. So be careful.
Wait. You're telling me you brought this danger to us?
No,
Well,
we're
that-
warning you that the danger's there.
But
We're
wait, but
gonna
it's
be leaving
following you,
soon.
right?
It doesn't know where we are right now.
Okay, well, you might want to keep that quiet then. You know, as long as it doesn't know you're here, that's fine. But we don't need any new trouble. We're, you know, we don't want any trouble. Well, you know, besides the villagers, but we have that taken care of. You know, we got a cool leader. His name's Trex. He's really cool. He's got like wings like a dragon. He's really cool. He's really smart. I mean,
Oh.
he doesn't speak like Draconic a whole lot anymore, but he likes talking like common now. But he's cool. You know, he's really smart. He's been teaching us like all like how to like defend ourselves, like make cool new tools. He's really cool guy.
Well, I think we'd like to meet him. If
Oh.
that's okay with you.
Oh no, yeah, that. Hold on, I think I dropped my. Oh, there it is. I dropped my dice and like it just kind of just fell on the other side of this room.
We're all dropping things today.
I know, like it's like the ground
Someone
is
dropped
attracted to what we want. All right. Okay, so with that, the kobolds like start like bringing you down to the next floor. As you guys are kind of like walking out alongside them, and I'll get to the next part of the map in a second. You'll learn a little bit about Scorp and Thwip. Scorp seems to have a knack for finding weaknesses in objects with the right tools. He likes to break things, essentially. Thwip, in contrast, loves building. He tells you like he's a bit shy at first, but seems to have a knack for working with wood, both his cutting as well as carpentry. Kind of shows you off like one of his like newest pieces. It appears to be like a tiny rat. He tells you like it's he based it off of Bitey.
Dottie was a very nice rat. I didn't get too close because I was afraid his name was a little apt, so I didn't want to get bit. But I did think he was nice.
I just had a dumb thought cross my mind. Have we headed down quite yet?
Not quite yet. You've just taken the bucket lift directly down.
Okay, so never mind then.
Oh, and what would you have wanted to say?
Oh, I was going to ask when we were passing through the space where the gem crafting stuff was being done, if there was anything that resembled a collection of smith's tools around that I might be able to salvage.
Oh, probably not in that area, no.
Okay.
Good question, though. Alright, so let's see here. Alrighty, let's see here. Probably wouldn't spend too much time in this next area if you're just being ferried forward, so I'll just skip to the third area, but I will tell you what you see along the way. You see, along the way, let's see, double checking. Yeah, the mechanism creaks as the bucket lift descends to the floor of a small cave, where two dusty tunnels kind of lead in opposite directions. The kobolds lead you down the one towards the west, and you see, let's see, down that way, double checking. And that next area that you see, a table and chairs are set up in this area to create a space for where you assume the miners usually are meant to take breaks. However, on top of this table, two kobolds are poking a giant rat with their javelins to make sure that it's dead. They are screeching loudly as they do so.
So that's how it's done.
Yep. There are these two kobolds. One of them is missing a horn and two fingers. Their skin is mottled red and with pink scales. Appears to be a male kobold at first glance. He seems to be the more rabid of the two. And the one to the south, there seems to be a she. Her scales are patterned red with black stripes, very similar to Scorp.
You assume they might be related in some way. She is also the smallest kobold that you've seen. Doesn't appear to be a juvenile or child, though. Just very small.
Are we supposed to be seeing this?
Oh, well, I mean, you are gonna pass through it. I'll just have this be like theater of the mind
Okay.
for this, since you're just kind of like walking through. You do notice, so like as you're kind of like walking through, Scorpion through. Oh, the small one, her name is Small because she's small, and the other one, his name is Grek. They both kind of like wave at you as you walk by.
Well, hello there. My name is Meepo Molo. Good to meet you.
Hi there, Meepo.
The small one kind of waves at you.
Hello.
Hi, Meepo.
The other one says.
They seem nice.
Yeah, Scorp kind of like leans in close. Don't get too close to Greg. He's a bit of a violent one. If you catch him being, he'll shank you. Like we have to restrain him sometimes. Like sometimes we keep him as fodder, but don't tell him I said that. He's just happy to stab things.
That's one of my least favorite things about being around other kobolds, is the idea that some of us might be used as fodder. I don't like it,
I mean,
We all have a chance to go our own ways and develop our own skills and strengths, and to see our brothers and sisters as expendable it's a real shame that it's a part of our cultural paradigm.
look, man. You want that guy next to you? Like, he's better off in the front lines, okay? Like, he's better stabbing someone else than stabbing you, okay? Like, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Sure.
If only we didn't have to stab anyone.
Sure, but bear in mind that there's a difference between noting that someone is an expert at stabbing things and saying that they're the person you want to throw away if push comes to shove.
Yeah. It's all about survival, though, man. It's all about surviving. That's all I'm saying. But good for the betterment of the whole tribe. That's all I'm saying.
Savage, where'd you go? Oh,
I didn't see that for a second. Hang on. Okay. 1 second. You see Scorpion Thwip just facepalm immediately, and as Greg screams out,
Yes, stabbing time!
as he goes to shank you. So, all right. So go ahead and just roll a dex check for me, Savage, just to see if you're faster than him. Okay. You're able to get a punch off. Just go ahead and roll well, no, you don't have Tavern Brothers. It'll be your 1 plus your strength mod. So that'll be that amount of damage, and he's going to stab you in retaliation with a knife. Let's see here.
And technically, I do have the unarmed fighting style, so it would be 1d8.
Oh, that's right. You do. So actually, in that case, go ahead and roll that then.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
All right. So are you killing him or are you knocking him out?
Knocking him out.
Okay. He goes, and you punch him square in the jaw, and he goes flying out onto the cavern wall and collides with it, landing on the ground. Well, you know what? I'm okay with this. He ain't stabbing anyone now, so... Alright, you took care of the problem, so you know what? Good job.
It wasn't that
right.
strong.
That saves me a spell, because I was going to use something to make sure he didn't stab too many people.
That's what I meant when I said we had another one as strong as me.
He's kind of our violent, happy one.
Alright, well,
You see the kobold named Small kind of looks up to
But
him.
he's not quite what you call fodder.
God, you guys are such bullies when it comes to Greg. He doesn't know what he's doing. Just leave him alone and he'll be okay. You guys are so mean to him. Whatever, Small. He knows better than to look menacingly at people. It scares the other kobolds. You know this. It's still not fair, though. Whatever.
Small, you're a real nice kobold. I agree with you.
Thank you. At least someone does.
And she kind of sticks her tongue out at the other ones. Anyway, they kind of like, at this point, they kind of brush her off. And they lead you down to the 3rd level. And at this point, now I think this will be a good part to change the map over. And of course, I need to adjust the camera.
Ooh, a tightrope. Ooh, more kobolds.
Indeed.
Ooh, a glowy thing.
Indeed. So, I will let you in on some details as you come down to this level.
I see this is the same cavern because I see the waterfall there.
Indeed. It doesn't look very good per se, but it is there. So,
what a refreshing mist.
Indeed. Double check the description here. All right. So, as you descend down further into the tunnel's downward slope ends where it opens into that center shaft again. The wooden walkway extends from this opening, then runs westward to another tunnel in the rock. In front of you, you see a large bucket like you saw earlier, and it appears to be dangling from this taut rope right here. Clearly, it's meant for people to get across to the other side. However, it's not the safest, it looks like. Like, it seems like if someone cut it, you just fall right down, but so far it's okay. It's okay right now. So, of course, you see 2 more tunnels leading out that direction. And, of course, the first thing that catches your eye, Skanuk, is a purple pulse. A purple glowing pulse coming from that wall over there. But, of course, Scorp and Thwip are leading you down this other direction. All right, and they kind of, like, make their way over this way. And as you go into this, it appears like this is where the kobolds' ingenuity is put on display. This appears to be where they are currently making their dens. As you can see, you see a couple kobolds at work, expanding the tunnels using their little picks. And you see, currently, at the end of this tunnel, one kobold that is larger than the others. Currently, though, you see, lurking in this dusty tunnel, are 3 kobolds that, in addition to that one other one, that are also kind of seen to be important. The one who is the tallest among them appears to be carrying a threadbare satchel, and wears what appears to be a fake pair of dragon wings made from thin wood and tattered white cloth. This kobold, who is this one right here, he stands in front of the other 2. He kind of holds up his hands and says in common, "Greetings. Pleasure to make your acquaintances. Have you come to join our little family?"
I don't think we're here to join your family, but we are here to provide a little bit of extra protection in the meantime.
Oh, you don't say. As you're kind of talking with him, go ahead and make me an insight check if you don't mind.
I have advantage on insight checks because of the cloud rune.
Indeed.
I have a feeling this isn't actually a kobold, but okay.
21.
All right, Sknuk.
Oh, poor Skanuk. Man, it's like everything in this cave was just like made to distract you.
There's rats and shiny things and...
Sknuk is just not here.
Nah, too many things distract you.
Actually, literally is not here. He's over here now.
Yep.
So, something that becomes very apparent to both Meepo and Hawks. This kobold's demeanor and manner of speech, of course, leading to the fact that he's speaking common as compared to the other kobolds who are speaking purely in Draconic, Something is very odd about this kobold. You can't place your finger on why, but there's just something that's off. His complete mannerism is, I wouldn't necessarily say unkobold-like, but his demeanor does not match his comrades at all. And it catches you a bit off, not quite off guard, but it's something that you notice.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
You say that you've come to offer aid to my fellow kobolds. What manner of aid do you wish to provide?
Hux will do the same thing again. Flex, be like, these guns!
Interesting.
Seriously,
So
what's a gun?
are you mercenaries for hire then?
Well,
Actually,
yes.
we were here mostly just as a kind of courtesy to you since we heard you were in the neighborhood. There's word up in 10 towns of some kobolds who made their home in these mines, and I hear tell there's a couple groups who have different ideas on what they want done with you.
Ah, yes. I presume you've spoken to the 10-towners in Tourmaline. Yes. Well, you see, it's very unfortunate. The everlasting winter has made the wilderness unsafe for my kind, and the preternatural cold dulls our wits. Please understand. We only want a place, as I'm sure you can imagine, a place to stay so we can keep out of this horrible weather. And in order to do this, unfortunately, we've had the unfortunate need to resort to taking over this mine. But we have no wish to cause problems. I assume they simply wish us gone, but we would like a place to stay, and I'm sure you know that they do not really care for our kind, as I'm sure you would understand. Am I right?
Say that. As Snook thinks to like the elaborate coat mechanism he constructed.
Indeed, you're just kind of like, huh, he's not wrong. Well, I would propose something if you're interested. You see, the speaker for this town, I'm convinced that if we had some form of way to communicate with them, and I'm sure it'd be a matter of time before they would accept us as members of their village. We only wish to work, after all. I'm sure we can come to some form of arrangement. We just haven't found the right people to help us in doing so, as they, of course, would attack us on sight merely for being what we are. He kind of looks towards you for a response. He seems to look at every one of you very carefully, as if gauging your response and reaction.
Snook is thinking hard. We're technically hired to, discredit the mayor, so we can't really. Well, I suppose, protecting fellow kobolds probably matters a little bit more than Scath's bullshit.
Alright, so that's Canuckstocks. What are the rest of you thinking?
What's he offering?
He essentially is hoping that there can be some truce made with his kin and the village people. He really wants the kobolds to have a place to live. Essentially, is what he's trying to do.
People's all for it.
People's all for it.
Yeah.
Right, you just
I
want peace.
agree.
Well, I guess I could, at the very least, knock together a pair of sending stones, and we could maybe set up a communication line.
Excellent news. He kind of clasps his clawed hands together. Well, that's very good to hear. Kind of thinks for a minute. I don't suppose I could go with you for this transaction. I'm sure, as the leader of this den of our kind, we would benefit from having one as intelligent as myself. Oh, is that a new insight check?
Yeah, that's a new insight check because I still don't trust him and I don't understand what he's after. He seems like he's. When he says our kind, it didn't sound real and I don't like it.
Very
I don't
good.
like this at
Oh
all.
god.
Even though I like his idea.
My poor boy.
Oh,
He gets
Skinnock,
an extra 20 and my insight is still higher.
man, you're still thinking about that pulsing, glowing
Right?
crystal, man. Like it's on your mind. You're like every now and again, you're like you turn back to look at it over the edge, like, come on, man.
Skinnock is like, in his mind, he's going through what he has on hand, and if he can figure out a way to like safely cross that tightrope.
Yeah,
And
there
get
is a
to it?
bucket there. Like it's not like it'll fall apart any minute, but like it is there.
Brain blast in progress.
So
I technically should have had advantage on that roll, but
you got a natural 20.
not
There's no-
really,
there's
not
no
really
hurry.
necessary. Yeah.
So while Skinnock is having those thoughts, gosh, like pretty much everyone except Skinnock, there's something about his words that make you feel that he's not telling you. You feel like he's lying to you about something.
I don't think he's an actual kobold.
I am, at this point, kind of inclined to agree. Or if he's not an actual kobold, he might be physically a kobold, but mentally something else. Maybe he was reincarnated as a kobold.
That's ridiculous.
That's like the title of an upcoming. I'm going to write that light novel.
You
know what?
Why? Why would you
Okay.
Right. Now, before we do take you with us, I did have a couple of questions that maybe do your friends here speak common?
Unfortunately, I have been teaching them to the best of my ability to use the common tongue, but unfortunately, they are a bit slow to do so. I've been trying my best, as you can.
That's helpful. That means I can talk freely here without too much trouble.
Yes, of course, of course.
Why are you lying to us?
He stops for a minute. What are you referring to?
Well, obviously, first of all, those are not real wings, and I'm not. That's not specifically for us. I know that's for their sake, so that they look up to you in some way. But I'm starting to doubt that you're exactly what you might say a normal kobold. First of all, what exactly is your story? Where'd you come from?
Oh,
What den?
well, you see, you can see that he starts looking towards the other. Are you saying this in common or draconic?
I'm saying it in common.
In common, okay.
Right, I'm trying to keep it so that he doesn't have to exactly deal with losing face if he's legit.
Okay, you kind of.
Or if he's got a good reason for it, too, I'm sure.
I'm also going to scoot away from the edge a little first.
You're like, I'm staying away from that.
It's okay. If he approaches, I'll go large and just fill the hallway and body block everything.
Good.
Wide boy.
Yeah, actually, that is... Hox will step forward a little bit while Meepo is explaining her stance.
Like he looks at each and every one of you. I don't understand what you're referring to, but if you don't seem to trust me, perhaps I can simply walk unarmed with you, and we can get to understand each other one better if we talked more. Yes.
Having a little bit of experience with magics, I don't think unarmed is necessarily the issue.
Very well. Perhaps you'd like to tie my arms then.
I'm not even really worried about that. I don't really want to go anywhere with you right now until we get a little bit of answers.
Well, I don't know what there really is to say. We've experienced hardship in the Dale itself. My kind once tried to go to Kelvin's cairn, up to the east. Unfortunately, we were beset by a few yetis, and we unfortunately had to find a new home from thenceforth.
Why are you saying my kind when you're talking to me?
Well, what else would I say? A kinsman what else would I say?
I think we're beating around the bush here a little bit. How about this? Why don't we look at this from the perspective of you telling us why you seem to be so different from them, just in terms of your mannerisms and such.
Ah, well, let's just say that I found a really, really good book, and I was possessed to try and find a way. Pardon me, I burped. Try and find a way to increase my level of intellect, and in doing so, I've exceeded the normal bounds of kobold kindred, and in such ascended a little.
And I'm going to incite that as well,
All right, go ahead.
because if he's telling the truth, that's actually a pretty interesting story, and I'm cool with him. But
Jesus Christ, Gnock.
Oh, buddy, I'm so sorry. Like, distractions, man. Like, that crystal,
God,
man,
this is like,
so tempting.
rocks
it's like
and
first thing hunting.
If you want, during this conversation, you can go over there and get it if you want.
Yep, I will.
All right. So, but well, as this conversation is going on, you suddenly hear the creaking of the bucket. As you what you kind of have to do is you kind of have to use your hands to like pull yourself across, but you do eventually get to the other side. And so while I'll get to the insight check in just a second, and I will let you look upon that room. Let's see, that is M12. All right. So, what you can see in this room. A fossilized skull partially is jutting out of the east wall of the small cave, about 5 feet off the ground. As you're looking at it, the skull has larger than normal eye sockets, and a curious ridge between the eyes, nothing that would pass for a nose. Something else that's disturbing about this skull is that it has 4 small holes where one would expect to see teeth. And there is a purple glow is emanating from inside the skull. You can see it from the glow emanating from out of the holes.
I'm not sure I like this so much now that it's a skull. Is it a skull I recognize?
Not really, no. I'd say you can make an Arcana check at most to see like if it's like anything. 14.
Why is that the highest roll I've made today?
I know, it's so sad.
Because it's Arcana and it's Gannok.
At the very least, it's definitely not human. That is clearly obvious. I guess the only other thing that you would notice about this is that you feel this tingle in the back of your skull as you approach the skull. But that's it's clearly something magical in the sense that it's mind affecting in some way. But it doesn't seem to harm you in any way.
You have Emboldening Bond, by the way.
Oh, do I?
I've used that as you were climbing into the bucket. Meepo's been kind of keeping an eye on you over her shoulder.
Oh, good.
Indeed, you definitely didn't try and hide as you're like going over there. Like you're like, eh.
Oh, yeah, no. Bold as brass.
Indeed. Okay.
17 total.
17. I'd say way back when you were applying to get into the Arcane Brotherhood, you just now realized there was a similar skull on display in that building, like tucked away. You saw that this skull was under like a little display case saying, as it was marked as Illithid. That is as much as you know.
Well, I don't like that. I don't like the look of that thing. I'm gonna leave.
All right.
Was I already leaving? Now that I remember, I'm extra leaving.
All right. You leave it there.
Extra leaving.
You head back. Now as you're
Another
crawling
series
back,
of squeaking noises.
as you get back, now we can get to what that insight check was. You got a 22 for both Meepo and Hawks. This kobold is dodging the question, is trying to word it in a way that doesn't seem like a lie. But there is still deceit at play here.
Well, have fun with the druid.
What do you mean, druid? Could you perhaps explain further, kinsman?
No.
We already explained earlier. We might as well explain again.
Now,
Snuck has no idea that this guy's dirty.
Scanuck, listen.
What?
I think maybe we just gotta let him handle it himself. He seems like capable, and I'm gonna wink at Scanuck, and I think that he'll be fine without our help. He doesn't seem to need it.
Now, I would quite disagree with that. If there is some danger to my tribe, you surely wouldn't let them suffer, would you?
Any kobold who can't take care of himself is destined to be eaten.
If they want our help, they can come with us.
What?
They don't have to be in the cloak.
I'm
No.
afraid they follow me, so unfortunately they would not follow you.
That's up to them, isn't it?
They have confidence in my capabilities to lead this tribe. Thank you very much.
All right, then I have confidence in your capabilities too.
So what you're saying?
Go ahead, Kim.
So what you're saying is, if we take you down, they'll lose confidence, and we'll be able to possibly help save these poor wretches.
I don't know that this is the sort of situation where turning to that solution would be good.
You can see he kind of
Honestly.
stands up straight. He kind of
I
snaps
don't
his
wanna be in
fingers
charge of a bunch of kobolds.
and says in Draconic, comrades, if you could get in
it's
front
just
of me, please.
This makes Hawks very, very angry.
Yes, you can clearly see what he is doing. He is essentially doing what has been done to you. He is using his kobold kinsman as fodder, as a shield to protect himself.
You guys gonna put up with this? Being treated that way?
I mean, Trex is our leader. He hasn't steered us wrong. I'm sorry, but you have to go.
I think he's steering you wrong right now, putting you in between us.
Make a persuasion check.
I don't know that Hawks' persuasion is
Wait,
actually.
Are we doing a violence? Because I got the right spell for this. Hang on, let me just.
9. You can see Scorp pull up a dagger.
I'm sorry.
Well, how about this? Hawks is going to attempt an intimidation check.
Okay.
He's going to get up.
He's just casting
Rise-
calm emotions on the crowd of kobolds.
Okay, in that case, I don't think Hawks has much of a reason to.
She's gonna move back forward to where the others are and say, "All right, now I don't think we need to quite get violent yet.
All right, let
I
me.
think there's a more amenable solution to this."
Let's see here.
I think that solution involves giving us answers,
Let's see.
even if they're uncomfortable to give.
All right, so that is a -1.
I said yet, savage. It's still an op.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. And let me double check something really quickly.
Charisma saving throw fails.
And I'm just double checking something
Charmed
very
or frightened?
quickly.
I would say charmed for now.
Okay.
Actually, wait, charmed. Does charmed automatically end if you attack them, or is that
It
Not-
depends on the spell.
depends on the spell?
So as you cast the spell, something that you immediately notice is that the spell did not have any effect on Trex. He is still in that threatening kind of that posturing gesture.
The
as
one
he's
with the dot
directing
on
his
him, right?
kobolds.
In the front.
The one on. So it's like, what's your spell save DC again?
My spell save DC is 15.
Okay, so pretty much all these kobolds seem to. They don't seem hostile, but they're still kind of like protecting Trex, it seems. They're like standing in the way. But their daggers are lowered, so it seems like they'll just body block you and not attack you.
So we can just push past them and get to him.
I mean,
Making-
think about the situation that you're in right now. Okay? He's put you in between me and him to protect himself. Even if he's got the most valuable insights in the world, they don't do you no good if I've already clobbered you before getting to him.
You see them all looking at each other. You can see the cogs turning in their heads as they're like processing the information. Roll persuasion again, this time with advantage.
Because I'm charming.
Plus the content of the argument as well. 15.
Right.
You see Scorp and Thwip look at each other. And then the two other kobolds as well.
Now listen, we're in a situation where, it's been suggested that a fight could break out. We all acknowledge that here, but none of us actually want the fight. What we do want is information. You're holding back something from us, and it helps us and you more if you share it. And if it's something you can't share, then think about what that means for the rest of yous here. If it's something he can't tell you.
Trex is holding secrets from us?
Now, we don't know that yet, but there's things that he's not saying or not acknowledging. So don't jump to any conclusions about him, good or bad either way. We're just trying to get to the bottom of what the situation is so that we can understand any complicating factors in play.
You see Trex looking at you. That's enough. My kobold brethren, do not listen to their lies. They're merely trying to sow sedition amongst our ranks. Pay no attention to them.
Why would we want to sow sedition in a group of kobolds that we want to see succeeding?
Do you truly wish to see us succeed? Or do you wish to take what little resources are in this cave for you? I saw your friends skulking about, looking at the other part of the cavern. Perhaps you are simply scouting your weak points, or planning to steal our resources. As he looks towards his companions, he is going to make his own persuasion check.
Gotta be honest, I saw a shiny thing, I wanted to look at it. Turned out to be a creepy looking skull. I don't really care. Gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Alright. Despite his honeyed words, the other kobolds kind of look at each other.
I don't know, that sounds kind of fishy to me. Oh, he's acting weird. Weirder than usual. Man, Trex really did a 180 in his personality. Now I'm really scared for him.
Oh, by the way, Emboldening Bond is still running.
It is. I'm keeping track of that.
Right. I'm just making sure that my allies remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Who is the bond on right now?
The group should be on.
Can it go on everyone, or is it
People who are at peace with one another, a number of willing creatures equal to my proficiency bonus. So I can put it on 2 right now, I think.
Just
So it's
leave.
on Skunk, and we'll put it on Hawks.
Yeah, give it to Skunk. He's earned it. He needs the win.
No, don't. It's not going to change anything.
No, I already had it on. I already had it on Skunk.
That's right,
I
you
put it on
did.
Skunk when it starts going across. So it's on Skunk and Hawks, because Hawks was talking to the guy while I was doing that.
Listen, if we were looking to overthrow anything, I'm pretty sure we could have clobbered our way through y'all right now. We don't want to do that. We want to make allies. We want to make sure that we're all working together on stuff, But the fact of the matter is that if secrets are being kept, whatever they may be, that's a lot of loss of trust. And quite frankly, you guys seem to trust him in general. If it's something that's that bad that he can't share it, I'm kind of confused as to what's going on. I'm not expecting it to be anything terrible, but it does seem to be something he doesn't want to say.
You see Thwip and Scorp look at each other, and Scorp turns to Trex. I said he... Hold on. Turns to Trex, as do the other kobolds. One by one. And Scorp speaks up.
He speaks the truth, Trex. It wasn't even for, like a couple weeks ago. You were all scared, and, you were just like the rest of us. Then you changed. You started speaking weird. Like, what happened, man? Like, what aren't you telling us? Yeah, what aren't you telling us? Yeah, no more lies! No more lies! No more lies!
As all the kobolds start to lift up their hands.
Says, lies are the reason we don't have peace. Or something like that.
You see Trex kind of holding up his hands. No. There's no reason to be, there's no reason to be like this. I'm sure we can come to some form of understanding again. You just have to put faith in me. Have I steered you
That's
wrong
not
before?
an answer. That's not an answer, mister. You gotta answer their questions.
And I will have
Not-
you be silent, please, if you don't mind. Oh wait, no, it's a +3, not +4. The kobolds kind of shirk down a little bit. Just get out of my way, and I'm going to confront these people directly. You see them kind of walk out of the way sheepishly. Now then. He starts walking closer to you. Do you do anything as he approaches?
Smock is gonna back up.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Those
What are you doing, Hawks?
Back way up.
You said you're gonna confront us, huh? What kind of confrontation we talking about?
You see, all I really want is to come to an understanding. But it seems like you're just going to keep poking and prodding. And normally, someone as studious as myself would have enjoyed such a thing. But it seems like you're asking too many of the right questions. And you see his eyes start to glow. And you see his form start to shift. Not in any way that changes his stature or anything, but you see there is a aura that starts to appear around his body of a brilliant blue light. And I would like everyone to roll for initiative in just a second, as soon as I clear this turn order. Yes, there we go.
When he started to glow, I immediately started to cast invisibility on myself.
Okay, I would have allowed that. Yeah, because you did that before I said that.
Smock, my boy.
Click
Higher
on
10.
and then click initiative.
You know, when it comes to beating the crap out of people, Snuck is ready. Everything else so far, he hasn't quite been there for it. This though.
It's just like with Icarus, where he just couldn't fight. He couldn't do jack shit to animals, but the moment we were fighting people, he was all in.
Right.
It's
I have a feeling that skull is something worse than what we were ready for.
I'm terrified about it. I'm terrified of a thunder wave. That's why I had him back up.
Oh, good point. Yeah.
Okay. So now let me roll for him.
That's why I moved away from the bridge as well.
For his initiative as
I just
well.
threw a pair of clippers across the room. Let's not do
Didn't
that.
need him anyway.
Okay. So. Oh wow. Hawks, what's your dexterity modifier?
My dexterity modifier is a +0.
+0. And what's yours, Savage?
2.14.
2.14? Okay, so in that case, you will go after Trex then. Or no, you'll go before Trex, never mind. So let me do it 1.3, that'll probably do it then.
Emboldening Bond does affect attacks, so when Hawks attacks, you can use the D4 on that as well.
Okay, so
Until it's
the other kobolds begin to scamper away as Trex has this horrifying aura around him. But, Skanuk, you saw this coming, and you are first in the initiative order. What do you do?
Okay. I don't really know what's going on. This guy started glowing. People are angry. For some reason, we're casting magic on people. I was going to say, hey, chill the fuck out, man. And I'm going to shoot him.
By the way, when I cast
Okay, you shoot him.
invisibility, calm emotions dropped on the kobolds.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I'm just gonna launch a fairy fire into that.
Technically, it is an ability check. I'd say it would count for that, yeah.
Right, you could add your D4 to that, I guess. Oh, Emboldening Bond doesn't go to Savage because I only have 2 uses and I forgot Hawks.
Oh, right.
Yeah, never mind. Ignore mine.
Okay, well, Hawks will take the +2.
Okay. So in that case, you will go
I'm not
before him.
opposed to that, going a little bit faster.
Yeah, you will go before him then.
Not quite Sonic the Hedgehog speeds here, but, you know, we take what we can get.
We do. And then we shove it down the bad guy's throats.
All right. So you shoot him.
I'm just gonna drop a fairy fire in that whole corridor. Not hitting them, but like going over the party, landing on this guy, spraying back.
Right. All right. So that'll be a 5.
Sorry about that, guys behind him. Just trying to finish this quickly.
Right. So what
Not
color
sure
is
what's
this?
going on really. Guys, why are we fighting this guy?
He says as he lobs that bioluminescent stuff over
Is
his
this the
shoulder.
reflex at this point?
Exactly. So, what color do you want this to be?
Having done that, he's going to scurry back into cover.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
What color did you want the fairy fire to be?
I think like kind of fiery colors.
That's like orangey red.
Straps of them on fire. Yeah.
All right. So it kind of like makes this cool contrasting color between this spectral blue aura and this now glowing red aura. It kind of likes to makes this nice color coordinative color. Sorry, that didn't come out right. It makes this nice combination of colors that contrast with each other. So that is your turn. Now it is Meepo's turn. What do you do, Meepo?
So I'm invisible.
Yes.
Sneaky beep.
Sneaky breaky. What you thinking?
I'm gonna rush past him.
Okay, you rush past him. He does not get an opportunity attack because he doesn't see you.
Yeah, I'm gonna rush past
Hmm.
to here.
Yeah, that was big enough. All right.
And give Hawks a little room. And get on the other side away from the cavern.
Alrighty.
And then I'm going to, as an action, do that.
Okay.
So that's a bonus action.
It is a bonus action, so that means you still have your action.
Which means I'll hold my action to grapple one of the kobolds if they try to join the fight.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to grapple one of these other kobolds if they try to join the fight.
Okay, fair enough.
But only it.
I'm not sure, but Meepo's invisibility would drop with the casting of Sanctuary.
I would because it would.
Sanctuary is in.
Oh, if you cast a spell, that's fine. As long as I'm got Sanctuary, the invisibility isn't as much of a problem. Got me past without having a. It's not concentration, but once I cast a spell, invisibility ends.
Correct. You did the wording.
Which is
of
fine.
it. Yep, it did what it needed to.
Yeah, it got me past him over to here, and now I've got the Sanctuary on me, so they can't really attack me very easily.
Alrighty. So, I assume that's your turn then?
That's my turn.
Alright. Hawks, is your turn.
Thanks for catching that.
I think Hawks is going to do something he very obviously is going to do, and go big.
Okay. So, let's see here. Do you just change the size of the space that you're in, or?
So if you're smaller than large, you become large. If you lack the room to become large, your size doesn't change.
Okay. I'd say this area is just enough to like.
I kind of figured it would be just because there's, space on.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not comfortable, but you can. Anything
basically-
beyond here, no. But over here, yes.
So
Okay.
we're going to be sleepy at this point.
Your body blocking.
Yes.
Okay.
I like, Hawk's puts up his shield, and it's just the entire passageway is shield.
That
And
means
then-
you have full cover.
And then having done that, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to place my shield up, and I am actually going to... No, I'm gonna try to grapple him.
I'm gonna try and grapple him. Okie dokie then.
I'm gonna try to grapple him.
So
So,
remember your emboldening bond.
yes, that is an athletics check, right?
That is correct.
Alright, and I have advantage on that because it is a strength-based check. And I also have the emboldening bond d4, so that is a 19 to grapple.
A 19. Okay.
And also my...
Okay, let me just.
And I'm 2 sizes larger than him now,
You are.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
which means that once I have him grappled, I can pretty much move him as I see fit.
Just need to double check something on his end. Okay. Alright, so this will he'll try and use acrobatics to get out. Oh, are you kidding
Wow.
me? Wow. Well,
That's fine.
okay. So so in that
It's always
case you would have had to get up just like oh no, hold on, let me make you bigger. Hang on. There you go. Alright. So unfortunately he manages to wriggle out of your grasp. Sometimes you're still not used to the new size a little bit, and as you try and reach down and grab him, he wriggles out of your grasp in just the right way.
Slippery little one, aren't you?
What I want to be. That's one of the advantages of assuming this form.
See? He just said it. He's lying about what he is. Just admitted it, guys.
At this point, it's unavoidable. Savage, it's your turn. You have a
Yeah.
box in your way.
Now, moving past his base would be difficult terrain.
Yes.
5, 15.
Yeah, you would be able to dart in and dart out again.
25.
Alright, yep, that'd work.
And I'm gonna rage.
Alright, your rage. I should probably, like... the polygon tool is, like... It's a little bit weird with your tokens, because they're, like, slightly obscured by the darkness, but, there we go. Alright, your rage. What do you do with this rage?
My tail is gonna grow a little longer.
Ah.
Spines are gonna grow from it. And I'm gonna take my sword and I'm gonna hack at him.
Okay. Ooh, 21 definitely hits.
That's 8 slashing.
Okay, 8 points of slashing damage. You dig the longsword into his form, and it almost seems to cripple him as he grabs at the blade. But there is a scream of pain, but there is a sly look that appears on his face.
almost as if he's not afraid of death. It's very strange.
Hmm.
Is he polymorphed potentially?
Would be my turn.
All right, that you're ending your turn then. Okay. It is now Trex's turn. His gaze slowly
cut out.
meanders. Oh, I did cut out? Can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know why I'm cutting out weirdly. Very strange.
No.
Okay, so his gaze meanders around the room. He looks at you, Hux. You are in my way, so you will have to do. You watch as the body of Trex suddenly slumps to the floor, unconscious. And something rises out of his body.
It's a ghost.
A ghostly form of a scholarly-looking individual rises from the unconscious form of Trex. Sorry about this, but this is going to how it's have to be. Hux, I need you to make a charisma saving throw for me.
Have we
This
not
might-
just something cool?
Does the emboldening bond affect saving throws?
Yes. All right, doesn't it?
Okay,
Yes, I believe it
that's-
does. I can double check.
Either way, 16 base, and if it does, it'll be 18.
Attack roll, ability throw, or saving throw. Yep.
Okay. The being itself tries to fly almost into your body. And for a minute, it feels like you aren't even yourself anymore, but you think to yourself, no, I am Hux. I am Hux. And you reject the ghostly presence trying to enter your body, and he flies out. Ah! Damn. Fine. And he is going to risk an attack of opportunity by floating this way from both of you.
And both of you have, well, Savage still has a magic weapon, so
Alright,
that's
so,
good to know.
alright. So
Well,
that'll be. So you both get attacks of opportunity.
Hux doesn't, but he'll take a swing with his battle axe. Either way.
Would
And
they
you can
still?
add your. Oh, it's once per turn. I think.
Are we still at advantage on it, or was that just the body of the kobold that was?
That was just the body of the
Very
kobold,
fire.
unfortunately. So no more advantage on this one.
Okay.
11.
11, actually, 11 is just enough.
Yeah,
Oh, actually, I would have the emboldening bond too anyway, so.
I think you can only do that once per turn, and you used it on the save. I think.
Okay,
Let me
well,
double check.
so
Each creature can make the D4 no more than once per turn. Yeah.
Oh my god.
7 and then a d6. So I've got 10 points of slashing, which,
As
ghost,
you go, yeah,
so.
as the sword as the battle axe goes into the form, it seems to not be as effective as you thought it did. It seems to affect him slightly, like as the axe goes through, parts of the ethereal energy seems to dissipate slightly, but not as much as you'd hoped. Is the sword Savage has still magical?
Yes.
Yes, I have not had a chance to change it.
Okay. So the sword, as it cleaves through, there's a slight ripple throughout the air, and it takes the full damage from that one. Ah! You're a problem. You're all problems. Alright. Alright. With that, he took a decent blow. Alright, so that's the end
Ain't
of his
that
turn.
handy?
End of his turn. Skunnock, it's your turn now.
Okay. I'm gonna look at the ghost. I'm gonna fear the ghost. And I think let's try catapult again. What's the worst that could happen? Is this magical bludgeoning damage? It's a magical spell.
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Catapult.
Catapult's
First
cowabunga
level
it
spell.
is. Alright, the dexterity saving
So
throw.
DC 14 to evade 16 bludgeoning damage.
Alrighty. 14?
Oh, so.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, man. This is just not your session. Like, the rolls have been against you.
It's catapult. I maybe should stop using.
No, I feel like it's just bad luck, unfortunately.
Ever.
This is okay. So in a game that I play with Nikki, she uses catapult a lot with her turtle artificer, and the thing we've realized is that if it does work, it hits super freaking hard. But like the chances of it working are so inconsistent that it's difficult to predict what'll actually
Well,
happen when you use
Based on
it.
your attack modifier, your spell attack
Let
modifier.
me. No, it's save DC. So let me actually check that.
Oh, save DC.
Hang on. So it's 8 plus proficiency. Okay, yeah. So that would be right. 14
Okay.
would be right. Oh well.
Unfortunate. You managed to dodge out of the way of this one, pointing a finger to. But I assume that's your turn unless you wish to move.
Rule for Eldritch Cannon.
So is it my turn?
It is your turn, yes.
Artificers have way more than one thing they can do a turn, so I think
I'm
it's probably going to be more stuff.
checking whether putting the cannon down is an action or not.
I thought it was a bonus action, but
It doesn't appear to be.
really? Huh.
Yeah, it looks like the cannon doesn't say if it's an action or not.
Does it?
No, it is an action. It is an action. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Yeah,
It's just a bonus action to use.
it's the bonus action to activate, but not to create.
Okay, so that is your turn
Uh,
then.
So Smack is gonna step back a bit. Gonna step out of sight.
Does it stay? The cannon?
It lasts for an hour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the other one he made would have like fallen apart, unfortunately, beforehand.
Right.
Oh, so I need to use a spell slot as well. That's unfortunate.
Alrighty. In that case, it would be Meepo's turn next.
Alright, boys, coming through. I'm going to try to get to the other side of, Hawks if I can. Do I have movement to do that?
You would have enough movement, yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to move over to there, and then I'm going to do good old trusty Channel Divinity.
Alrighty.
Be gone.
In the name of Eldath, leave us alone.
By the power of Eldath. Alright, so let's see. Wisdom saving throw. Okay. Double checking here.
By the power of Eldath, fuck off.
+1, 4. It is now afraid of you.
And it has to use its... For its action, it can only use the dash action to try to escape.
Okay.
Oh shit. I am escaped.
It can get closer to you. Okay, so it is now
And
turned.
then I've used my movement, right?
You have.
was
That
it.
is. You have no more movement.
Let's see what bonus actions I have. That's an action. That's an action.
Reference to the other campaign.
So I guess I think that's all I have. So then it's whoever else's turn. Hawks, you're up.
Alright, Hux. Here you go.
All right. Let's see here. I don't know that Hawks really has anything fancy that he can do at this point. One of the unfortunate things is that if he throws his axe at this, the hand axe at this point, it's probably going off the ledge. And also, if he steps on the scaffolding in this size, it'll probably break.
Probably.
So, oh, I can't choose to exit this state. Okay.
You're just stuck that way?
Yeah, for a minute.
Oh shit.
Awkward.
Yeah.
Oops.
I never thought there'd be a downside to that.
Yet here we are.
I am in a weird spot right now. You know, I think I'm gonna give up one of my hand axes and just yeet it. Oh, this will be my last hand axe, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna yeet my last hand axe and assume that I'll get more later on. I'll buy more later on with some of our money.
Okay.
So this is a thrown hand axe attack. I can add a D4 to that,
Yes.
Yes, you can.
which is very fortunate.
Yeah, very fortunate, because that'll be just enough to hit it then.
And then I'd still get the D6 even if it's a thrown attack. So that's 9.
Alright, 9 points of damage reduced.
Hawks will kiss the hand axe, be like, "You served me well, buddy," and yeet it.
Alright, you yeet the battle axe, or the hand axe.
That's-
That flies
And
to
thus
the
is
air.
where you go.
It makes like a small like hole where the chest would be, and the axe flies down into the darkened depths, never to be seen again. But it hit its mark.
It's
May
just,
it have hit something else on its way down.
it just like brains a drow out of nowhere.
Hmm.
You know, they would deserve it for invading Meepo and my home.
I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just, you know,
That's what
knocks the
happened.
drow unconscious, they get eaten by something horrible.
As long as it's not the one drow I'm thinking of, it'll be fine.
Would it hit the rope? Not from that angle. No, I don't think so. I think it would just narrowly miss it. Yeah, it wouldn't hit the rope.
I've got to buy more of those when I get into town. And Hawks will grab his battle axe again.
We really need to get our hands on some smith's tools. You know that? We can start making
Yeah.
shit.
You know, I've been studying my master's notes, and I'm gonna pass the turn.
Yeah, as soon as you start rambling.
Going on the diatribe about metallurgy and the craftwork of giants and stuff.
Which, as you start rambling, Savage, is your turn.
Okay,
I don't care what you got to say, I'm gonna kill that
I'm
thing.
going to recklessly swing my longsword.
Okie dokie.
Swing away, Meryl.
Reckless. .22 will hit.
Moderate damage.
11 points. Okay. As you strike your longsword, as it vibrates through the air, almost like a singing blade, the form starts to dissipate even more so. It seems it's having a hard time keeping itself corporeal, or semi-corporeal in this realm. It's not long for this world any longer. Much longer, I should say.
It didn't have to come to this, you know.
You forced my hand!
Not
What were
really.
you guys doing?
We were talking. He got mad and he did this.
Alright, so that is your turn, Savage?
Yep.
Alright, because it is turned, you can only use the dash action. Unfortunately for you, it is very fast, so it'll move like 80 feet. So that means you do get an attack of opportunity, Savage.
Yay.
As it turns,
Wow.
goes into the
Does
darkness.
Does his what is it? Reckless attack still apply?
It's only on your turn, right?
It's on his turn, but they
First
have
attack.
advantage until their next turn, so I don't know.
It's only the first attack on your turn because when you get your second attack, you don't get the reckless for it.
Yeah, it's
Double
all
check.
attacks on his turn, but not
You
yours.
should, but
Well,
that's
when I
not
make my first attack, I can choose to attack recklessly, giving myself advantage on all subsequent attacks for that turn. It is
I have been completely misreading that.
21 still works then.
This changes much for Saturday.
Which is okay.
Right, so go ahead and roll damage for that one. 11 points of damage. It is not enough to end it. However, it hurt it extremely badly as it disappears into that where you cannot see it any longer. That is its turn. Let's see. Let me double check. That's what I meant. Or, oh, if the creature fails its save.
Doesn't it make the save when it takes damage?
It is turned for 1 minute or until it takes damage. It still would have had to take its dash action, so it is no longer turned. Okay, it's good knowledge to have. Skunnock, it's your turn. You no longer see the enemy.
What?
You no longer see the enemy.
Okay. Skunk is gonna creep around to here.
Would it have used its dash action to escape if I had hit it on my turn?
Well, here, hold on.
Right, because he did hit it, didn't he?
You did. Yeah. I feel like it's a bit too late to change anything.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna have it be as it is. It's good to know the future,
It
though.
panicked.
It panicked.
I feel like it's good for turn. Like I feel like turn should get at least the one turn of it having to run, even if it immediately turns around.
Indeed, it did get the
Otherwise,
most
it's kind
distance
of a
away. Now it's out of
non-point.
your eye. Now it's out of your eyesight, and that's good enough for it.
Okay. Skunnock is going to hold his action to shoot it if he sees it.
Okay.
Is your robot out?
No. No, I don't think I'm gonna pull it out because that would be an action, and then I would have to. I don't know that I'd be able to make it fire on when it sees. Also, it's heavy.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's my turn.
All right, so you're
Holding
holding your action to shoot anything if it comes out. All right. Meepo, your turn.
Anything that moves, I start blasting.
What do you
Alright,
do, Meepo?
Meepo's turn. Meepo do? Use that. Meepo's gonna move over to here.
All right.
And then has anybody been hurt? I don't think anybody has.
Nope, no one's been hurt.
Tried to possess Hawks and then ran away. What a bitch.
Would not have been a good situation if he had been possessed, though. That's
Nope.
that's for sure.
Yeah.
You want to face down giant hawks?
Unfortunately, turn undead also affects
I believe it does affect possessed people as well. Turn on
Touching
dead,
Skunnock.
affects who are possessed by ghosts, and the ghost would flee the body.
Yeah, I believe that is the case. Yes, there still would have been a chance. All right, you cast heroism. All right.
Spellcasting modifier is wisdom, which is 5. 5 temporary hit points.
Okie dokie. Alright, so you cast that. Then it'll be Hawks afterwards, unless you wish to do anything else.
Oh, that's my turn.
Alright. Hawks. You are very large and afraid to step on the scaffold.
Well, I really can't go anywhere at this point, so I'm going to turn around and face the other kobolds and be like, "Oh, I'm really sorry about this. I didn't mean to chase your boss off, but didn't realize that he was a ghost. But be honest with me, guys. If he just admitted that he was a ghost and he was helping you out, would you even care at that point?"
I mean, you said something was off. I mean, at this point, I don't even know, man. Like, I'm freaking out here.
All I'm saying is, I think he could have just admitted that, and we wouldn't be in this situation.
No,
Well,
I think
yeah,
I think we can concur. Like, no, he should have, yeah, he should have listened to you. No, we can agree.
Yeah, they're gonna agree with whatever you say because you're huge.
Exactly. They're looking up at you.
10 feet tall.
Hawks is gonna assume that if he comes back, he might attack, but for now, it's not really like a thing he's concerned about. So what he's gonna do is he's gonna turn his shield arm in that direction, and he's gonna take the dodge action, and just kind of exist in that state,
Got to roll something. Okay, fair enough. Savage. Your
and
turn.
converse with the kobolds while he's doing that.
Have a conversation. Maybe not.
Have a conversation about things. Talk about life.
As a
What
bonus
to talk
action,
about?
bonus action, I'm gonna roar. Actually, no, it's within 10 feet. Just kidding. I'll just hold my action and attack it. Attack the ghost if it comes within range. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay. You all wait. Waiting for any sign of this spectral creature to reemerge. Let me see here. Double check something. Let me see. Double checking. Okay. At this point, there was only silence. It doesn't seem like it plans to reemerge anytime soon, that you can tell. It's trying to hide itself, you think. So I'm going to, at this point, take it out of combat. I'll let you guys decide what you want to do to how you want to progress. I'm gonna put the turn order on pause, essentially. So anyway, how'd you get so big? Scorp says to you, Hawks. That's pretty impressive. Oh man. Oh jeez.
Well, you see, I studied a whole lot of things under a mentor of mine who happened to be a giant. And as I've learned the ways of the giants' traditions and the metallurgy and the runes, I've gained some abilities. This is one of them.
Oh, that I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty impressive. Yeah.
All the kobolds just start kind of nodding along.
Oh, well, thank you.
All right, so you Savage, you try and cross the rope. So the bucket did come back. So the bucket does have room for two of you at once, unless you wish to cross on your own.
Can I ignore the bucket and just monkey kind of cross this thing hand over hand?
You can.
A sword between his teeth.
That would be slightly risky, but you can do so with an athletics check.
Why not the bucket? Out of curiosity.
Well, if I take the bucket, it's gonna be on the other side, and I'm gonna be alone. And
Well, two people can go in the bucket, so if you want, either Meepo or I could go along with you.
oh yeah, and then you guys, if everyone else went, could ferry the other people over. Right.
Well,
All right.
I don't think I'm getting across anytime soon.
I suggest I go across just in case, and I'll just leave this here sanctuary on me.
Makes sense.
Okay.
It doesn't last much longer, but we'll try to get there.
Okay. Alright, so you head down that way. and you come across what appears to be another mining spot. And as you peer down into this little miniature cavern, you see no sign of the ghost.
Any traps?
No. It appears this far down the kobolds didn't bother to trap anything. It seems like more towards the surface is where they put their attention. Let me move that a bit closer this way.
I honestly don't understand why he thought it was necessary to attack us. It seemed a bit over the top. I mean, I know you're pleased with it, but
I will say you did catch a glimpse of something, Savage. You did catch a glimpse of that purple glow, and I'm going to
it's gonna chit-chatting over there.
Mm-hmm.
Just casually waiting for the ghost to reappear so we can shoot it.
What's this area used for?
It seems like that's a support built in to keep. It seems like there is a small cavern here that is. It's made as a support to keep the ceiling from falling in.
Is there anything interesting or useful here besides just that?
Well, it does seem like there are more gems to mine here if you wanted to do so.
Not at the moment.
I do.
Skinner, there are some gems over here. Anybody got an extra bucket?
Hawks is just gonna continue chatting with the kobolds. He's gonna tell them about how he met his master and that's why he didn't like the idea of them being used as fodder. I think you've all got so much potential. It'd be wrong to waste it like that, no matter who you're protecting.
All right, as you all are kind of like talking with each other, you hear the sound of Savage bellowing with fury and anger. As you hear his longsword cracking against the wall, beating furiously. Right, and you watch as Skunuk he takes the bucket back with him. Meepo, do you check on your friend?
I'm gonna check and make sure he's not getting hurt.
All right. You see him breathing raggedly, standing there, blade unsheathed, as you see what appears to be the remnants of a skull shattered along the ground, and a purple glowing crystal blinking in the wall. Boom, boom.
That's ominous.
Buck is gonna
Yeah,
start
alright.
going across as soon as the bucket gets to him.
You alright?
Better. I take the crystal.
Okay. You take the crystal. It pulses in your hand, but otherwise it does nothing to you. But you feel like there's something in it that wants to connect to you.
Not today, Satan.
You put it in your bag. Not today. All right. So, you now notice that Skunuk has taken the bucket back with him as you and Meepo go back that way.
Well,
I was planning to go and like mine some stuff, but if you guys need it, I can just send it back to you.
well, if you come back this way with it, you can mine, and then we can cross back. Or Savage can cross back, and then I can wait for you, and we can go back together.
It's at this point that Hux, you would have shrunk back down.
And that means my sanctuary goes off too.
Indeed.
Executive bucket decision to be over here now.
Hawks has just been over there just talking with them this entire time. He probably hasn't stopped to let any of them respond. Just telling them about the stuff like stuff they've encountered and talking about his master back in the back in his homeland.
Yeah, and they as you tell tales of your master, they are just awestruck. Like,
A giant, like, let you live with it and it didn't squash you under its foot like a bug?
Well, I had to be very careful around them because, those are some pretty big feet.
Yeah, we see frost giants out here all the time. We're glad we have this place because, it's safe down here. They're too big to get in here.
Funny thing talking about frost giants. My old teacher told me something about something interesting out here. At some point in time, I gotta follow up on that.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he was telling me about, I'm gonna go in and invoke my, discovery. There's a place out here he was telling me about. There's a specific hill somewhere where apparently the old leaders of the Frost Giants would meet up and settle their disputes. He said that while he was traveling through here, he felt that he could hear their spirits gathering at that place.
you see the kobolds kind of think amongst each other for a second.
That doesn't sound very familiar. I mean, sorry, man, I don't think we know anything about anything like that, but it sounds cool.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. My whole thing is that if we get the chance to explore it, the chance to investigate, we should do that. But that's a future thing. That's something we can worry about.
Yeah.
Ghosts will stick around. Speaking
yeah,
of
the
ghosts,
future. So now that he's okay. I mean,
You see, he just kind of point towards the unconscious body. He's bleeding, but he wasn't like knocked unconscious or like finished off. So he's just kind of there.
I mean, is he gonna be okay?
can I make a medicine check on him?
Sure, go ahead.
Make sure I'm not rolling this with advantage. I actually got okay medicine.
9.
I have proficiency with an herbalism kit, and I have an herbalism kit. Is there any way I could at least
Yeah, if you wanted to try and step him back up, I'd say go ahead and roll with advantage in that case.
roll the sec? Okay, I'll roll the. Okay,
Yeah,
well,
so that's what I
there you
meant to
go.
say. Yeah, 23. Yeah, using the herbs at your disposal in your kit, you managed to kind of slap some sense into Trex, the real Trex, as it were, the original Trex. He kind of slides back up, kind of holds his head. Hang on.
Oh man, where am I? Oh boy. Wait, what cave is this? Where am I?
Well, you see, you were possessed by a ghost.
A ghost!
And he starts like his knees start knocking. Clearly, 100% different individual than the one you conversed with before. Clearly, that much is very evident to you.
Yeah, that's Trex. Yeah, that's Trex. All right. And they all start running. Yep. No, that's Trex. That's Trex. Yep.
Well, you see, this ghost took over your body and was leading the kobolds here. He actually seemed like he was doing an okay job, but went into a little bit of a panic when we questioned him on it.
Beans. Oh man. Jeez. Everybody.
He kind of starts clapping his hands.
All right, everyone, line up, single file. Let me make sure count everyone. Scorp, Thwip, Voff, Vot, Zerk. Okay, you guys are here. Is Grek and Small still here? Yeah. Oh yeah, they're upstairs. Okay, good. All right, everyone's here. All right, everyone, I am so sorry that this happened. I hope you can learn to forgive me and that we can move on in this continued survivability of our tribe. Can I get a heck yeah? Heck yeah! There we go. All right. Luke turns back towards you.
Actually, that's got me thinking a little bit.
Yeah?
You know, this ghost was actually doing a good job, at least keeping you guys safe and learning new things. If he would be willing to come back, I wonder if your stabby liability wouldn't mind hosting him for a bit.
They kind of look towards each other.
I mean, no offense, but like I look, Larry,
Chuck looks towards you.
let me level with you. I appreciate all you've done here. I don't think I want that ghost anywhere near my people. You get me?
No, I can understand that. I'm just saying that he did seem like he was at least trying a little bit to help you guys out, even if it was for his own self-interest.
Right.
Hawks, you coming across?
Oh, I was just having a wonderful conversation over here.
Oh, you see the me by this point you would see Trix. Oh, hello there. Oh wow, how many are you? Oh man, you guys, man.
4 of us, exactly 1 stack.
Oh man, wait, stack?
It's complicated. We'll show you sometime.
Please do. I mean, I don't suppose you have any. How exactly did this individual lead the tribe? He kind of leans in close, very interested in hearing how competent he was. He clearly wants to take notes.
Well, you see, he was teaching your friends how to speak common. He was teaching them how to. You said he was teaching you how to make some tools and stuff.
Oh yeah, he was trying to. I know. At one point we wanted to. Who was it? One of us actually wanted to learn. He had something. Hold on. Vot. Yeah. You got those tools that we scavenged, quote unquote. Oh yeah. No, I still got them. As a gift, would you happen to want anything from us, like these tools, perhaps?
I mean, I'll take them if you don't want them, but
I mean, we might, but honestly, like, we just wanna, you know, kind of deal with what we got right here first before we do anything like that. So, you can have them. Again,
Okay.
thank you again. I can't understate how much of a benefit this might be for the tribe in the long run. Competent this ghost may have been, but he ain't no kobold. You get me?
Now that you're awake,
Oh yeah?
the ghost said something about a book that you had found. Was finding a book the last thing you remember?
No, actually. The last thing I remember was this satchel. He kind of leans to his side, and he pulls out that satchel you had seen previously on him, like a leather-bound satchel, very very nicely made. All I remember was I touched this satchel, and that's the last thing I remember.
What's in it?
Honestly, just like a bunch of herbs and oh, hang on. Let's see here. Let me double check this. Let's see here. Appears to be. Oh, there's apparently a journal here as well. Like, I mean, there's clumps of moss, there's lichen, shrubbery. You know, I remember this stuff. This is stuff you usually can find in Kelvin's cairn.
Kelvin's cairn, you say?
Yeah.
We've heard that name before.
Yes. Trex actually did mention Kelvin's cairn as one of the last places that he led his kobolds before coming here. So there was an inch of truth to his story, but of course there was deception leading into what happened at the place. Probably the possession of Trex.
I see.
If you would like, you can make a history check to learn more about Kelvin's Cairn.
Or to remember one.
I think Hawks will do that. Not that his history is very good,
Well,
but
Hawks, you would have advantage on this check, actually, due to certain something.
okay.
Okay. Skinnock, I mean, as far as you know, Kelvin's Cairn, I mean, you've heard of it. I mean, it's clearly
Oh,
like...
that was for something else.
Oh, never mind. Oh, come
That's what
on!
I'm confused.
I jinxed you. I'm sorry. This is... You know what? I jinxed you. But you know what? You
Yep.
live in 10 towns. You should have advantage. Go ahead. Roll again. I'm giving this to you. This is my gift to you.
For jinxing you.
No, don't.
All right, let's see what we got.
Okay.
Yes.
There we go. There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
I was completely expecting it to be like a 6.
I expect it to be another natural one, just for roll 20 to spite you.
But roll 20 is capricious.
A capricious
The
god.
dice are fickle.
And they certainly are. All right. So, for most of you who rolled really well, Kelvin's Cairn is a freestanding, like 1,000-foot tall mountain, fronted by a river valley about as deep as the mountain was high. Mountain's top are usually kept by snow and ice, even through the short summers, except through, of course, recently, where the entire mountain is covered in ice and snow. As far as history of the cairn goes, you've heard, as far as like Skinnock goes, you've heard of the Ragged Men's legends, which the Ragged Men are the several tribes that are scattered amongst the Icewind Dale. Through their legends, you've heard a legend that a warrior defeated a frost giant named Kelvin in this spot and gouged out the rocks here and piled them on top of his corpse. As far as you know about the history of the cairn itself, there are many mining tunnels in the Dwarven Valley that had to be collapsed when an army led by an individual named Akar Kessel attacked many years ago, hundreds of years ago. And it was atop this cairn that Mr. Kessel conjured up fiery magic with some sort of entity, a crystal. You know, as well as Hawks, an individual known as Drizzt Do'Urden and a merry band of adventurers defeated this Akar Kessel and shattered this crystal that Akar Kessel had maintained, and shattered its remnants throughout the Icewind Dale, and created a substance that is now known to be called black ice, which has disruptive, corruptive properties against an individual who touches it. That's about as much as you know about it. Like, you know that there was the Dwarven Valley below the mountain is home to a clan of dwarves, specifically Clan Battlehammer, formerly led, which you know, Hawks, led by Bruenor Battlehammer, a stoic and staunch ally to Drizzt Do'Urden. And that's about as much as you know about the cairn itself.
Oh my! Well, it's finally happened. Something important from the history of someone I respect has come up. I really think we should go check this out in that case. I mean, look, we're being pointed in that direction. I think it makes perfect sense to go check it out, see what's going on. Maybe we can put some ghosts to rest or something. I think it's a great idea. What do you guys say? You up for an adventure to Kelvin's Cairn?
Right, that seems kind of out of our way. We were gonna go somewhere else.
No, don't you understand? It's directly in our way when you consider what we've encountered here.
Well, as far as I can tell, it's probably where if the ghost didn't go upstairs to possess one of the other kobolds, it probably went there. And it is out of the way of Ravison.
You see what I mean? Come on! Come on! Just think, we could be walking in the footsteps of one of history's greatest adventurers.
It's gonna looks at you point blank. You one of them Drizzt fans?
I mean, you could say that. You know, my mentor used to tell me all the stories about Drizzt and his adventures. You know,
Wait. Hold on a second. Demon Cherry?
So okay, so in the books about Dritz, there's this human rogue who he has a massive rivalry with for like a good like the first 2/3 of his story. And the rogue's name is Artemis Entreri.
Uh-huh.
So that's the joke I'm making.
Yeah, actually, I think that's one of the characters when they're talking about how like little touches in the player's handbook can make a character. I think Artemis is one of the characters that they talk about, and they mention the rivalry with Driss Steven. So it's even in the PHB.
I must have missed that.
Yeah, there's
Really
the
small detail that I didn't notice. But yeah, probably is in there.
Let me check this out. If you go look, because they have a whole thing where they're talking about two different characters that are both rogues with similar backgrounds, but how they can end up very different. And where in the book was that? I think it's right before the backgrounds. Yeah, Tika and Artemis. They go over. Tika is from the Dragonlance setting, and then Artemis Entreri is. Yeah, and they talk about how even though they are both human, they're both humans, both fighters with some experience as rogues, and possess similar strength and dexterity. There's a whole bunch of differences in kind of their backgrounds and how that makes their personalities, and how even similar stat blocks and characteristics in terms of your chosen class and stuff can produce different characters. So yes, there's a whole like mini dissertation on the way in which the stuff like the background, which doesn't have a whole lot of mechanical influence all the time, can still make a huge difference on how you play or portray a character.
Huh. I was not aware of that.
It never occurred to me that Tika would have a character class. I always assumed she was just an NPC. Huh.
Yeah, I'm not versed enough in Dragonlance to know much about her, but
Don't mind that.
That's a strange one. I guess after this I might talk more about that.
Huh, interesting. In any case, Trux will walk up to you, Hawks, and he will just hand you a pair of smith's tools.
oh, I was just looking for one of these too.
No problem. You know, hey, you helped us out. The only problem now is, what are we gonna? He kind of looks towards Scorp. Oh yeah. So, boss, elder, this guy, this ghost, he, pardon me. Oh, Savage, you wanted to see the journal? Okay, so the journal is handed over to you, and you kind of flip through it. As you're flipping through it, Scorpio will catch Trex up on everything that's happened, kind of speeding it up, and as he's catching him up, as far as you can tell in journal entries, it seems that this individual was a scholar or a human sage by the name of Janth Alawar, who devoted himself to cataloging the flora of Icewind Dale. According to the journal, he and his guide were killed. Oh, sorry, no. He and his guide were running around the foothills of Kelvin's Cairn, and the last entry states that a Yeti was stalking him. And that's about, like, the journal's, like, there's not too much into it. It seems like there are some entries detailing, like, the intricacies of Kelvin's Cairn in general. It seems like they stumbled upon caverns that possibly led deeper into the cairn. However, they are heavily collapsed, probably from some event before, which you now know from your history checks to be an explosion, a magic explosion of some kind. And he was very interested in specifically the black ice that arose from this event. It seems, but other than that, it seems like there was no. Kelvin's Cairn was of no further interest to him, as there wasn't anything else to be found there. So he wanted to leave, but it's at that point where the Yeti was stalking him and he and his guide were possibly killed, you think. And that's what you learned from the journal.
Interesting.
Yeah, and at this point is when Trux is now fully caught up to speed, and he takes the book back. He kind of tosses. He just like kind of flips through it. Yeah, this is of no use to me. He kind of tosses it over his shoulder. One of the other kobolds like catches it. The only problem now is, where do we go from here? Because apparently now my clan is now vilified by these villagers that, of course, we have taken their mind from them. So, ah boy, now I don't know what to do here. So either we gotta find a new home, or we gotta make peace with these humans, or these villagers. So,
I I have a proposal.
alright, willing to hear it.
Well, one of your kobolds is really good at making things, right? Making wood and stuff.
Oh yeah, a couple of my guys are really talented. I
And,
know,
and the other one is good at destroying things, right?
right?
So why don't you put them to use in making this mine safer and easier to get through? You can use the one that's good at destroying stuff to knock down walls and to get to the gems, and you can use the one that makes make these walkways easier for people to walk on. And then we can turn the mine over to the people and ask that they let you work here, and you can work for the town and help them make this place safer for them.
Huh? I mean,
Then maybe they could help feed you, and you could help them make sure this place is good for them to work.
hmm.
You know, that sounds. You know what? I can get behind that. But here's the thing. I don't think they're gonna listen to us, and I don't know if they'll listen to you either. Like, cause we're all kobolds here. Are they really gonna listen to us?
Right. Now's a good time to get Scanuck's little invention out. Let's show them that, if you don't mind.
Let's go upstairs and check on the other two kobolds real quick first, because I'm concerned that they may have been possessed.
True. I
Let's
am
see
worried
what
about
they're
small.
Alrighty. So, I assume you will want to head upstairs then.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna reveal this area because you would have seen it before as you walked down. Let's see here. So give me just a moment to polygon this nonsense. Give me a moment, a few moments. Go ahead and have a conversation amongst yourselves as you're walking.
As I was saying, well, we can probably convince the village if we are delicate about it, and we have ways of being delicate with the villagers without them immediately trying to throw us out of town.
I mean, like I said, but that's the thing. I mean, you gotta at least have it's difficult to negotiate with them because they treat us like vermin. They think we're lower than dirt. They make fun of us. You know
I
how it
understand
is.
that.
And as you all get back to that spot, I'm not gonna bring the tokens with you, but I'm gonna say the rest of the kobolds are kind of coming up with you. It's at this point. I'll move the map. It's at this point that you notice those two kobolds are gone.
Oh, damn it. Hello? Is anyone here?
Roll a perception check for me, everyone.
God damn it, Skunk.
Wow. Roll20 hates you tonight, man. How many nat ones is that this session?
It's like
5.
At the very least, it's comedic.
2, 3.
Entertainment factor.
3 in the last half hour. I think I've had 3. I've had 3 rolls that weren't in combat, but still managed to get over 10. So I've got more natural ones than
rolls over 10,
Wow.
Dang. That's just really unfortunate.
except for the combat.
Skinnock, unfortunately, you don't hear anything, so I will say, let's see here. Meepo, you do hear. You hear it. It's strange. Like you hear a muffled sound. It sounds like gasping of breath, but it is quickly silenced.
I was the one that heard that.
You were, yes.
Which direction did I hear that coming from?
Past Skinnock, down that way.
I'm gonna rush that way.
Yeah, by the way, down here is where the bucket is, like right there,
Mhm.
for context. Alright. Alright, you come into this area over here, and let me reveal some stuff.
Hux will try to keep up with her.
So we'll Skrak. Come, Savage, there's violence afoot.
Let's see here.
Probably the best way to get Savage there.
What
Alright.
about me?
What did Skinnock say that would get Savage there?
There's violence afoot.
Oh yeah. There's violence and ankle.
Violence and ankle.
Alright, so.
Classic
As you
combination.
walk down that direction. Let me see here. The tunnel this way, you can now clearly see there is only one set of footprints that goes this way, and one set of footprints that goes towards the bucket. But you swear you heard the sound come from into this cavern up here, Meepo.
If you don't mind me asking, which set of footprints is larger?
The set of footprints that's larger is the one going towards the bucket.
So where did I hear this sound coming from? Can you ping?
The one where the smaller footprints are going is the one that is going up here.
Somewhere in this area.
Somewhere in that area. And as you go into that way, what you see what appears to be a chamber that is a donut. It appears to be donut shaped, kind of loops in on itself. There's a hole in the west side of the chamber that opens back to that central shaft, letting in the sound of the waterfall. The floor in the north end of the cave is about 5 feet higher than in the south end, with a rocky ridge separating them on a slope on either side leading to the top of the ridge. The walls above the ridge gleam with gem deposits. Also, what are your passive perceptions?
15.
12.
13.
Okay. There's nothing else that you see in the cavern. You see, I will say roll a survive. Actually, no. With your perception checks, I would say there is a certain point about right back in the north end of this cavern where the tracks just stop, and seems like there has been some sort of struggle.
Is there like a hole on the up, on the wall somewhere? Like, is there up?
It appears that I'd say on the northern end, there is a hole that leads to something upward. However, it is too high for you to climb upward in. This hole over here just kind of leads to where that shaft was and just goes back down.
Small, can you hear me?
You hear nothing.
Are the larger footprints here as well?
No, they are not.
So if I look up the shaft, you said there's an upward shaft. How I can see 120 feet up. Do I see anything in there?
Roll another perception check.
Nah.
Unfortunate. You don't see anything else, unfortunately.
We are the worst today.
Well, what else is there to be done? You said there's a little bit of a pit in the middle here as well.
No, I'm so sorry. That it appears to be like a cavern wall. So like that right there is like where
Oh.
just cave is. So it's like
Never mind.
it just kind of
Well,
goes around in a donut.
Oh, I see. So there's like a pillar
Just a-
there,
Yeah,
effectively.
yeah, a stone pillar, I should say. Sorry about that.
Right. I guess we could try like pulling the bucket down. I don't know. He's
Well-
presumably possessed Crick.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too.
Is there like blood on the ground?
Roll. Actually, no. I'd say with your previous checks, there's a little bit of blood on the ground. In the spot where the footprints in the struggle was. But there is only one set of footprints, which is a strange thing.
All the ghosts wouldn't need to have.
Right, but it's also not like possessing a person, they could suddenly just fly off with them.
Does the footprints just end back there?
Yeah, they end right at this northern side, right on the top of this cavern. And they do not. Oh, hold on. Right there, it just ends.
That's that's the investigation point.
It is getting a bit.
If like, if I like try to give Hawks a boost, could he get into there? Or no, wait, Savage has the. Oh wait. Meepo, we can send up. Do you have any more? Do you have any more turn undead?
No, I can't use any more channel divinities until I've rested some.
All right. So what I'm guessing is you're trying to launch Meepo up into the hole.
Launch someone.
I'll do it.
Someone into the hole. It probably should not be Skunk today.
And there's no like water coming down from here or anything, is there?
Correct. There is no water coming down from that hole.
Because I'm trying to think vertically, it would be
Just about under where the creek was.
Well, it would be to the east of where the creek was,
Something that
and
you
I
do
don't
notice.
think we ever.
Something that you do notice is that right where the tracks end is where the hole is right above that.
That's what I'm
Maybe
thinking, though. I
maybe
don't know
the
that we.
tracks start there.
Then the person would be
No,
walking
wait.
backwards.
Right, walking backwards, yeah.
Well, what I'm thinking is maybe there's a room above us
Is
that.
there a trap set there? Are the other kobolds with us?
They are behind you, yeah.
Was there a trap set here?
Oh no, we don't usually go into this part of the cave, you know. I mean, we just never thought to look back here. Like we heard some weird noises, so like we just kind of left it alone.
Crap. So if we're assuming that she was pulled up, we may have to take the bucket up and look for another room that exists up there. That would be my only real thought as to where it could go.
I think make an intelligence check with advantage regarding spatial distance. There are no evidence of any arachnids. Like just by looking around, there's no webbing. It's clearly not anything spider-like.
Holy shit, Skunk! What the
Oh
fuck?
gosh.
Do I know about the Underdark? Probably not much.
As far as you know, spatially, it doesn't seem like if you went up, it doesn't quite match the room like where like the running water is. It doesn't seem to go spatially where that is.
But is there another room behind that?
Yeah, is there a potential that we could access a place by like breaking down a wall or something from that room?
You'd have to go up and try, unless one of you wanted to crawl up the hole.
I think
Who's
someone.
setting me up?
I think honestly, either Savage or Hawks might be a good idea because it appears to be a small hole and it will likely be a close quarters fight if a fight happens.
All right, well, I'll head up if you want to give me a boost, Savage.
Is it like a big enough opening that both of them could get up there?
If they wanted to climb up, it would fit one at a time. Essentially, like you could like one behind the other.
Well, do with that what you will.
Okay. Yeah, let's try to head up there.
Okay, so because you are climbing up a cavern wall, I will need both of you to make athletics checks.
We are emboldening bonded.
Okay.
So,
All right, I'll say that Savage is good enough for the both of you to start climbing up this miniature shaft. As you start climbing up, you notice that the walls start getting a little bit more porous. And there is a slick sheen to the cavern wall. Not enough to be slippery enough to to slip on, but like it's noticeable. Almost like it's like drool or slobber in some way. It has that weird kind of like saliva-like consistency. As you get up to a point, the room becomes a 15-foot kind of sphere that kind of angles off to the side. And you see, in the corner of this area, a creature that defies many normal description. I'll bring this token so you can see it, but spatially, only Hawks and Savage can see it. It is a creature that looks, on first glance, like a floating brain with a bird-like beak protruding from the front and 6 barbed, spiked tentacles, each one encompassing the now dead body of Smol as it feasts upon the body.
you're gonna pay for that.
The form looks in your direction. It opens its maw. I'll have you both roll initiative actually no, I'll use the initiative before and I'll do some adjustments. I'll make this as quick as I can. I think this is going to be the last thing we do tonight. I'm running a little bit over than I usually wanted to. Okie dokie. Alright, so unless Hawks and Savage, I'll let you re-roll your initiatives if you wish to.
I definitely wish to.
Because I rolled pretty high. Yes! Yes, very good.
And that's a +3 to it for the wording.
Yes.
For the bond. So yeah.
Alrighty. Savage, you rolled. Oh, if you rolled worse. That's fine. Well, it's fine. You get a little bit better. Alright, so the purposes of this... Yeah, so, Hawks, you will go first in this round.
Alright. I don't think I have enough space to really use the Giant Smite effectively, based on what you described.
Correct.
So I'm going to open by moving up to it. Are we like doing a virtual version of this room here?
Yeah, that's essentially what we're doing.
Okay.
So the space that you see right here will be where, like, what you can see. Like this, it's about like the same-ish size, so it'll work.
Oh, if it's about the same, no, I probably don't. Okay, well, Hawks will move up, and I will use a Draconic Roar to start. So now, advantage on attack rolls against it. And, you know, Hawks didn't really have a chance to use his second wind in the last fight, so I will second wind as well, and take 2 swings with my battle axe.
A second wind, or do you mean action surge?
Oh, action surge, that one, yes. Well, you know, second wind says second, and you get a second action from action surge, and you know, it all.
No, it's okay. Don't worry, I get you.
I play warlocks.
It's a bit late, so like, don't worry. We'll try and make this as quick as we can.
So 2 attack rolls with advantage. Chop.
Yep.
Chop.
Okay, so the first one will hit.
The second one I've still got that D4 to add to, and it'll become a 10. So
Yeah, unfortunately, a 10 will still miss, but the 22 does hit. So go ahead and roll damage. Ooh,
10 slashing.
10
Chop.
slashing.
Slashing.
All right. It lets go of Small's body as it screeches at you in frustration. And that will mean it is its turn after. Is that all you want to do?
Yeah, that's both my action and bonus action, and a thing in addition to that. Yeah.
All right, so it is going to move in with its tentacles to try and wrap around you. There's a 13 hit you.
13 does not hit me. I have an AC of 18.
Okay, so you manage to break free of its tentacles as it tries to wrap around you. However, it will follow up with a beak, which will also miss. So unfortunately, it cannot do anything to you. So that is its turn. So screech in frustration. As Savage, it'll be your turn next.
I run up to him, and I'm not gonna rage, but 2 hands. I'm gonna smack this thing with my sword.
Is it not time to rage?
Smack it.
Potentially, no. No, it is not.
Just remember, I did roar him, so you'll have your advantage on that.
Okay, 23 will hit. Ooh, 14 slashing damage. Looking real hurt right now. Alright. Is that all you can do? Not that that wasn't impressive. It was.
Yeah, that'll be it.
Alright. That means Hawks, it's back to you.
All right. I still have the advantage from last round, and I'm gonna kind of work off of the assumption that it'll be more efficient than if Savage roars next. So I'll just take the advantage this round, and
Okay.
unless you want me to roar, but
Nah, you're good.
all right, chop.
That'll hit.
7 more slashing.
7 more slashing. Okay. Yep.
And I do not have a bonus action I want to use, so that's it.
Alright. It's back to the creature's turn. It will follow up with the same thing it did before, to wrap Hawks in its tentacles. A 22 to hit you.
Yes, that will hit.
Alright. You are currently... Let's see here. Double checking here. You... The Hurricane is medium or smaller. You are restrained by the creature's tentacles. I also need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
All right. Well, this is where my D4 will come in then. Probably. Yeah, so 16.
All right.
That shouldn't have been with advantage, but
I know, we always take the
constantly
one on the left
swapping.
anyway.
Constantly swapping between advantage and not.
No, I get you. It's confusing. So, as the creature's tentacles start to wrap around you, you feel this poison start to enter your system, but thankfully you shrug it off and your muscles do not contort. You are not paralyzed with the poison, thankfully. You are still restrained, though, which does follow up to an advantage attack from the beak, but thankfully it won't be a crit if it hits. 21 to hit you.
21 will hit.
Oh, I forgot to roll damage for the tentacles. I'll roll both for that. So for the tentacles, you would have taken 6 points of piercing damage, and from the beak, you take 9 more points of piercing damage.
Okay, that is what it is.
Yep. All right. So now it is back to you, Savage.
And take a page out of Hawks's book and chop.
Choppity choppity. All right. Let me see that damage. 18 will hit. Roll that damage.
Oof.
Oofa. All right.
Now it is back to you, Hawks.
So I'm restrained.
You are, yes.
Remind me again what the effects of restrained are.
So you are restrained. That means your speed is 0, and you can't benefit from any bonus to your speed. In addition, attacks you make are disadvantaged, and any attacks against you have advantage. In addition, you have disadvantage on any dexterity saving throw. That is what occurs from restraint.
Okay, so I'm going to use my other roar and cancel out the disadvantage at least.
All right.
And then I will take a normal chop with my battle axe
That'll hit.
to. Wow, I'm
Wow.
rolling high on these damage rolls.
You did, and that was enough to kill it. How do you want to kill it?
Just want to split its beak in half and then chop away at the tentacles that are restraining me.
And you do. You chop it down, screeching out its last breath. It falls to the ground with a heavy splat. And as you both look at the unconscious, or sorry, at the dead form of Smole, you can't help but feel a small tinge of sadness.
I think I'm going to shove the creature's body down the hole so it falls down.
You hear all the kobolds scream in fear.
And I'll take some of the rope I have and lower Small's body down.
You do.
So that they can at least
Oh
lay her.
no!
You do. And as you all lead the body down, when the time of mourning comes, these kobolds, having lost now 2 of their members, you all reflect on what needs to be done, and I'm going to call the session there for tonight, because we are a bit over.
It's okay. This was a good session for me, and not only did I get to play lots of D&D as my favorite kobold fighter, but I've been doing a lot of building in the background too.
Oh yeah?
Hee hee hee.
All right.
Hoo hoo hoo.
Well, thank you all so much for everyone who's been watching, and for those who will watch on YouTube, if you do. Appreciate it if you have been, and hopefully we'll see you next week. Catch
Have
you
a
later.
good morning, a good night, a good tomorrow, a good yesterday. Just
A good
have a good
3,000 years from now.
when the ritual is complete and the stars are in alignment.
All right.
In our
Goodbye.
heads are jars.